Thank you. We are back on the record. We're going to proceed with the formal part of our agenda now, commencing with item number 1. Docket number 2024-029, cause number 130-31, in the matter of the request for agency action of XCL Resources, LLC, for an order amending the board orders in cause number 139-38, 138, 139-140, 139-141, 139-153, 130-06, 130-21, and 600-04 to 1. Reorient two 1280 DSUs from lay down to stand up. 2. Make uniform the production setbacks for the current 1280 DSUs and the current 2560 SUB WDSUs, some of these acronyms, on the lands at issue. 3, establish overlapping 1920 acre DSUs, and also 4, establish overlapping 3840 acre DUB WDSUs for the production of oil and gas and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch Colton Formation in sections 1930-31, 2 south, 1 west, USM. Sections 3 through 10, 15 through 23, and 26 through 35, 2 south, 2 west, USM. And sections 1 through 36, Township 2 south, Range 3 west, USM, Duchesne County, Utah. Mr. Mayo, please proceed.
Thank you for reading that for me, and I apologize for the length of that caption. Mitch Mayo on behalf of the petitioner, XCL Resources and XCL Asset Co.
Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could take just a couple minutes before we start. I was talking to Mr. Cox, who wanted to offer public comment before this, so I need just a couple more minutes to talk to Division Counsel and get myself ready, if
Sure.
that's okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Mayo, do we need to go off record here, or are you ready?
I apologize, Madam Chair. I am ready.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Members of the board, as I've said, Mitch Mayo on behalf of the petitioners in this cause, XCL Asset Co. and XCL Resources. With me today in person are Mr. Kevin Annenson, the Vice President of Business Development and Land for XCL, sitting next to me. Also with me behind are Josh Sigler, Vice President of Geology, and Mark Gravey, the Executive Vice President of Reservoir for XCL. If I could please have all three witnesses sworn in at this time. Yeah, stand up. Right hands.
Can we have you do that with your mic on so we can get that on the record?
Oh, her. You can step up here. You can hear yours.
Oh, I apologize. I need to do this again, please. Do you, and each of you solemnly swear that you will well and truly testify before this board to the best of your ability?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you for that. The resumes of Mr. Annenson, Sigler, and Gravy have all been submitted collectively as Exhibit 1 in this cause. If asked, they would testify to the truth of those resumes and the contents therein. Each of XCL's witnesses has been recognized as an expert in prior causes in this board, or by this board, most recently in Cause 130-29. In light of their resumes and based on presumed stipulation from Division Counsel, I'd like to move that they be recognized as experts in their respective fields. Mr. Annenson in petroleum land management, Mr. Sigler in geology and geoscience, and Mr. Gravy in reservoir engineering.
Division,
No objection.
board. So accepted.
Thank you. Also, with the board's permission, I will be moving for admission of all exhibits at the end of our case in chief.
Thank you.
Madam Chair did a good job reading the caption, and if you read the caption, it's easy to get very confused. Since entering Utah in 2020, XCL has refined its spacing in little ways, but has invested heavily in development. This full development of its asset has taught XCL a lot about operations and about the best way to produce the resource that it operates. Now XCL is before you to request a significant and important update to their current spacing. The relief requested today does require the modification of several orders of the board, as mentioned by Ms. Garrison, and the reason for that is because this covers most of the asset that XCL operates. In fact, those orders, as Ms. Garrison mentioned, are 139-138, 139-140, 139-149, 139-153, and 600-04, which are collectively referred to as the current spacing orders. And those need to be modified insofar as they relate to the subject lands, which are sections 18, 30, and 31 in 2 South 1 West, sections 3 through 10, 15 through 23, and 26 through 35 in 2 South 2 West, and sections 1 through 36 in 2 South 3 West. The RA before you is big and it's full of information. However, when you look at it closely, it's really fairly straightforward. It contains a series of requests that the board has granted on numerous occasions. For ease of kind of consideration here today, the RA was separated into 4 parts, and I'm going to try and discuss those as best I can separately. Parts 1 and 2 go together, and those are aimed at essentially cleaning up the existing current spacing on XCL's asset. That's 2 parts. Part 1 seeks the reorientation of 2 1280 DSUs as currently established. There are no current 1280 wells drilled in those DSUs, and they do abut the transition zone. But as part of this new spacing, it makes sense to reorient these given what they now know about the geology. Part 2 dovetails with that, and it says once you've got all the 1280 units oriented properly, we'd like to make sure that all of the production setbacks on this area are uniform. Currently, most of, I would say 80% of the units in this area are set to what are the current protection setbacks being requested, 100-foot heel toe and 560-foot laterally on the 1280 units. And Part 2 simply requests that once you reorient those 2 DSUs, you make uniform the production setbacks across this asset on the current spacing. Parts 3 and 4 are where it gets a little bit complicated. But together they're aimed at simply adding additional optionality. 3-mile wells are going to be integral to the full development of the basin, and XCL recognizes that. Under the current spacing orders on the lands at issue, the lands can be developed using either 1-mile or 2-mile horizontal wells. This just simply provides the option to drill 3-mile wells additionally. Approval of parts 3 and 4 will maximize flexibility and allow for long-term planning for full resource development. It will also allow for the long-term development of lower quality resource. Approval of parts 3 and 4 will not change operatorship of any section of land. It will not grant XCL operatorship over anything that it does not currently have operatorship of. And it will not change the allocation of any existing wells, producing or wells that have been drilled and are sitting uncompleted. And finally, it will not change the spacing options that currently exist and that have worked so well. couple additional points on 3-mile horizontal wells that I'd like to remind the board of. One, the board has seen these in several occasions over the past year and has approved those, and the results for those wells have come in and they've been promising. And two, later today you're going to hear a second request for similar relief, the establishment of 1920 3-mile sectional wells. In short, the 3-mile wells are likely here to stay. The board has jurisdiction over this cause pursuant to 40-6-5 and 40-6-6. I would like to make 2 minor clarifications to the REA before I begin. One, although somewhat immaterial, the list of existing wells that's attached as Exhibit 1 to the request is meant to be a collection of publicly available data. The problem is, with a list that size, it was generated automatically from the website, and for some unknown reason, about half of the wells were duplicated. So there are not 380 wells on the lands, there are 230, which is a significant difference. And I'd like to make that notice and apologize for that error. Also, there's one other mistake that I'll take full blame for as well. On page 3 of the request, there's a request to reduce the heel-toe setback as part of Part 2. One of the units that was yet unreduced was sections 30 and 31 in 2 South, 1 West. The problem is that was reduced a couple of months ago by Order 130-29, but in researching the board books and the production records, that order had yet to have been cataloged against the land, so it didn't come up. Something I should have caught, and I apologize, but that unit does not need to be reduced in this hearing today. With those clarifications, notice was provided as required to all interested parties, all relevant governmental agencies, and all offset operators. Each of these mailings were sent to the address provided by the governmental agency or the last known address of record as provided to XCL or as found in the county recorder's office. In addition, notice was published in the relevant newspapers. No one filed a protest or objection to the request in this cause. However, there are some recipients who have made comments that I'd like to make the board aware of, and we can discuss during testimony if that's helpful. The first is the division. The division filed a response in this cause, which the board is well aware is not their typical pleading. Their typical pleading is a response and notice of non-opposition. That being said, the division's response is not an opposition, at least not how I understand it. The division has questions and concerns, but also pending approval, pending sufficient evidence here today would support the request. It's just, we need to understand what this looks like, is how I interpret the division's position. 2 other parties that I'd like to note, I won't get this right, Tribe E&M, I'm not sure if I'm getting it right, but Energy and Minerals for the Ute Tribe had some questions for XCL and some detailed conversations, and after having those conversations said, we do not oppose and we defer to the BLM. In conversations with Mr. Jerry Kenska with the BLM, which Mr. Mark Gravy had, and he can discuss here on the record, after answering his questions and explaining the plans for the development, Mr. Kenska said on behalf of the BLM and the tribe, they weren't opposed and that it was okay for XCL to inform you of that here today. So, in short, the three of the more important institutional entities have weighed in and said, we have concerns, explain them to us, we don't oppose. And I'd like the board to hear that. With that, I think we're prepared to begin, and I'll begin with my first witness. Mr. Annenson, are you ready?
I am.
Okay. Could you please begin by stating your name and business address for the record?
Yes. Kevin Annenson, 600 North Shepherd Drive, Suite 390, Houston, Texas, 77007.
Okay. And your current position with XCL?
The Vice President of Business Development and Land.
And in that role, do you exercise a supervisory capacity over the land records associated with the subject lands?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you please provide the board with XCL's corporate and bonding status?
Sure. XCL is a Texas corp in good standing, having its principal place of business in Houston, Texas. We are fully bonded with all relevant federal, Indian, and state of Utah agencies.
Okay. And quickly, can you explain the relationship between the 2 petitioners, Resources LLC and XCL Asset Co. LLC?
Sure. Resources is where our employee sits. Asset Co. operates, and there's a management services agreement that Resources manages the assets for Asset Co.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to remind you all, Mr. Anderson, most of his testimony today will be factual, but he is qualified as an expert should that be necessary. And with that, I'd like to turn to your first exhibit, Mr. Anderson. Actually, I'm going to turn to several exhibits and have you look at them on the screen. What's been filed is Exhibits 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 7 has a couple pages, 8, 9, and 10. Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do, that's correct.
And were they prepared by you or someone under your direction or supervision?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. With Exhibit 3, help the board understand what we're looking at.
So this is our regional aerial map of where XCL Asset Co's assets lie. You can see Roosevelt City sitting there kind of in the southeast corner of 2 South 1 West. Then you got 2 South 2 West, 2 South 3 West, and then you've got Duchesne, the city of Duchesne there to the southwest of the position.
Okay. In Exhibit 4, Exhibit 4 and 5 maybe together. Why don't we talk about the current status of wells on the land? Kind of walk the board through these 2 slides for me.
Sure. So Exhibit 4 shows the 1280 units established on the lands at issue in this request, kind of by the 4 separate board orders, kind of indicated there in all the colors with the keys, the key for the colors there in the map showing each different cause number.
Okay. And for Exhibit 5, similar?
Yeah, so this shows the 2560 and then the cause number there on the corner, and then with the different dashes and a solid red line showing where we have the 2560 orders.
Okay. So these are the current orders allowed under what the board now knows as the current spacing orders.
That's correct.
Okay. When looking at Exhibit 4, if we can, one thing that stands out is, obvious. 2 South 3 West, they're all laydowns. And 2 South 2 West, they're all stand-ups. But there's an exception up in the top left corner of 2 South 2 West. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. I'll talk without getting over my skis because I'll let the geo handle most of it. But so there's a boundary line there between the 2 South 3 West and 2 South 2 West. Is what we at XCL treat as the delineation, kind of the transition zone there in the basin. 6 years ago-ish, when those units were established as laydowns, there had obviously been a lot less drilling and production from these lands. And in the years since, we've drilled and produced from dozens of these wells and learned that there's a significant transition as you go through there. And so once again, the technical guys will be able to talk more to that. But they've kind of, talked about those top units, and that's kind of what we'll get into here in a few,
Okay.
5 and 8.
So 5, 6, 7, and 8, these are the 2 laydowns that we've talked about in Part 1 of the request as being reoriented.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, that brings us on to, I guess, Exhibit 8 we can look at. This is the reoriented DSUs. Is there anything you'd like to say about this exhibit?
This is just showing, as you saw before, they were both laydowns. And then here we want to stand both these units up to stay kind of more in pattern with, and once again, the technical guys will talk more about the geology and stress orientations and things, but these are the 2 DSUs that we'd like to stand up.
Okay. So if Part 1 is approved of this request, 2 South 2 West will have all stand-up 1280s in it.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to turn you to, unfortunately, we're going to jump around again to Exhibit 9 and have you talk about this. We just talked about Part 1 and the reorienting of the DSUs. Part 2 has to do with making the setbacks uniform. Can you talk to this slide and help the board see kind of what it is you're actually requesting when it comes to Part 2?
Sure. So the exhibit demonstrates the sections 5 through 8. Once again, reorientating them from laydowns to the stand-up. And then as you see across the subject lands, the production setbacks are uniform. They're in the green, all at 100.
So everything green has already had its production setbacks set at 100 feet,
100 feet,
and
that's correct.
560.
That's correct.
Okay.
and then also 560 laterally,
Okay.
with the exception of those 4, 5, 6, 7 1280s there in blue. And so the units in blue are the units that we're requesting to be made uniform with the rest of our position there in green.
Okay. A couple questions I'd like to ask you about this. One, down here, sections 30 and 31, can you confirm for the board, those are in green, but they were included in the request to be reduced? Can you explain, was that subject to that 130-29 order that was missed by council?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And up here, there's an orange box at the top. Could you talk to the board about what this is and what it demonstrates? And
Sure. So up there on the north boundary line, we're going to keep those at the 330, mostly because we want to understand more about what's going on north of us. I believe those are actually at laydown, so I think at this point it made more sense for us to keep those at the 330 and come back later once we've learned more, perhaps about the operations going on up there. And then if those need to be reoriented, then we would come back. But we wanted to make sure that we got them there on the southern border.
okay, and I think you misspoke. Did you say if those need to be reoriented or if those need to be reduced? You don't have any plans or thoughts that these units would be reoriented again?
No, I'm
Oh,
sorry. Yes,
Okay.
sorry. Yes, sorry.
So let me restate. The blue units, you're seeking in part two to reduce the setbacks to 100 feet and 560 like everything else?
That's
in your
correct.
asset, except for the northern boundary of those top 4 units?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's turn to Exhibit 10. This kind of goes with Exhibit 9 we just looked at on which units that it currently exist are being reduced. I'd like to show you again, if I could, this exhibit quickly. So these are, as you testified to a minute ago, the 2560 units that are currently allowed on your subject lands.
That's correct.
This exhibit shows 2 units. Can you tell why and what this exhibit shows?
So this shows the two 2560 DSUs within these lands that still do not have the 100-foot heel-toe production setbacks.
Okay. So out of all those 2560s, these are the only 2 that need to be reduced to have it uniform across your asset.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now I'm going to jump back into what I guess would be the meat of this presentation, and that's the request for the establishment of 1920 DSUs and 3840 DSUs. I'm going to direct you to slides 6 and 7. Can you please walk the board through this? Can you explain the difference in what they're seeing and the blue box that everyone will see?
Sure. So I think kind of like you said, it's in the beginning, it seems like it might be a little mind-blowing, but it's actually pretty simple. In 2 South, 3 West, this shows all the 1920s that we're requesting, also in 2 South, 2 West, and then the 1 in 2 South, 1 West. 2 things are, so in 2 South, 3 West, you'll notice that they're all perfectly uniform. And then in the 1920 DSUs requested in 2 South, 2 West, are not exactly uniform, and that's where we get the overlapping with the blue outline there.
Okay, so to clarify for the board, you're requesting, and I'm just going to take this as an example, this row.
Sure.
You're requesting a 1920 that includes sections 22, 27, and 34.
That's correct.
You're also requesting one that encompasses sections 10, 15, and 22.
That's correct.
And then you're finally requesting a third that encompasses 3, 10, and 15.
That's correct.
Okay. And the technical guys will get into why that makes sense.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. Getting on to the overlapping boundary wells that go with these 3-mile wells, if you would. And I do apologize for the acronym. I'm not a terrible fan of it either. It seems as though it's kind of what we've settled on as the nomenclature for what I understand to be drilling unit, boundary well, drilling and spacing units. Also a mouthful.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. I should have clarified sooner. I apologize. But when it comes to these drilling unit, boundary well units, Mr. Annenson, there's several pages, and part of that is probably just to keep it so that we can actually see what's happening a little bit. and then one page that combines it all. Can you walk the board through that and just kind of quickly tell them the units you're expecting to have approved or hoping to have approved here today?
Sure. So Exhibit 7, like you said, is the 4 pages, and it's visually depicting the boundary lines on a large scale, which is obviously never an easy task. That's why we put it into the 4 different pages. However, the exhibit attempts to do so by showing the units separately and then overlaid on top of each other, which the last page would be the units that lay on top of each other. So this would be the kind of the same thing as if we were doing 2 1280s next to each other, would be a 2560. Here we're doing 2 1920s, combining those. That way we don't lose any of the resource in between. And so now you come up with the 3840, which I said right for the record because I feel like I never say 3840 right.
You never say it right, but you did it right that time. Thank you for that. I think that's it for the slides for you, but I'd like to, before we move on to the next witness, have you just talk briefly to the board about notice in this matter. Obviously, I mentioned that there was some feedback received from the notice, constructive, productive feedback. But can you talk about notice, who you noticed and how you noticed them, any responses you received that I didn't mention?
Sure. So this was one of our more extensive notices that we had to do because we were obviously covering, such a large position. So we review all of our internal decks. We've got all of our title opinions, whether they were done by Axia, our predecessor, or done by XCL, which we get updated title opinions on every single unit that we drill and complete. We also then went to the county records, both in Duchesne and Uinta County records, to see if there was any updated addresses, whether there was any updated filings, any new title, anything like that before we sent them out to make sure that we had them. So, and then at that point, what we did is we did a large mail out and noticed all of the interested parties.
Okay, perfect. And I alluded to this in my introduction, but can you confirm that you mailed notice to all the relevant state, federal, and tribal authorities?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And I mentioned, but did you receive substantive responses from any of these parties that you'd like to mention?
Sure. Yeah, so aside from the division, we spoke with, or Mark spoke with Jerry from the BLM.
And is that Jerry Kenska, the assistant field manager?
That's correct. I wasn't going to attempt that last name.
Oh, you're good.
And then following those conversations, once again, like you stated earlier, they did not have any issues. We also spoke with E&M yesterday, and they had no objections, and we're obviously going to defer to the BLM. But outside of that, they were sent to all operators. We never heard any opposition. So, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Finally, before you rest and I bring up the next witness, in consideration of your land exhibits, do you think this is the best approach to protect relative rights and maximize development of these lands?
Yes, I do.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions for Mr. Anundson, but I'd like to note to the board, one of the things I tried to talk to division about in that brief pause at the beginning of this hearing was kind of the way to present this today. And given the complication, we agreed that it might be better to do all 3 witnesses simultaneously and then open it up for questioning so that you can kind of have the full picture. If that's okay with the board, that's what we'll proceed on.
Division, do you agree with that?
Yeah, the division is in agreement with that, as long as it's okay with the board.
Board, is that? Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. You can jump in at any time and recall witnesses anytime you'd like. Mr. Sigler? Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, Counselor.
Let's see. I am going to... Mr. Sigler, will you please state your name, full name, and spell your last name, and state business address for the record?
Absolutely. My name is Josh Sigler, S-I-G-L-E-R. My business business address is 600 North Shepherd Drive, Suite 390 in Houston, Texas, zip code 77007.
390 or 290?
390.
Okay, thank you.
We've got a package address that's 290, and I've challenged my colleagues to make sure we remember it's 390.
What is your current position with XCL, Mr. Sigler?
I'm the Vice President of Geology at XCL Resources, operating primarily in the Uinta Basin.
Okay, and in that role, I would assume you have responsibilities over these lands.
Absolutely do.
Okay, based on earlier stipulation, I'd like to remind all that Mr. Sigler will be testifying as an expert in geoscience today. Mr. Sigler, I'm going to show you what we've filed as exhibits 20 through 23 in this cause. Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do, sir.
And were they prepared by you or someone under your direction or supervision?
They were.
Okay. Starting with exhibit 20. One moment.
Yeah.
Could you please tell the board they've seen plenty of type logs and they know generally what it is? Tell them what's important about this for your request.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a type log from the subject lands found in section 31 of 2 South, 1 West, the Emerald Phoenix Well, API number 43013512990. In this type log that's kind of laid down on its side so we can see the extent of the lands that we develop, or the rocks that we develop. We have a gamma ray track on the bottom that we use for lithologic correlation, and then a resistivity log on the top showing generally used as a fluid identification track. This log covers a section that shows as the number of different formations as delineated on the top of the type log, ranging from the Uinta Formation on the left side of the log through the upper Green River into the lower Green River and then down into the Wasatch Formation on the right side of the log. And the tops then on the bottom give you a good feel for the extent of the rocks that we look to develop in the Uinta Basin, kind of on a number of different scales. From the left, starting on the left, we don't develop the Uinta Formation for hydrocarbons, but we do use it for saltwater disposal. And then down through the upper Green River, that broadly it's a great rock. It just isn't mature, so we don't produce from it very much. The lower Green River classically has 2 targets in the Castle Peak and the Uteland Butte. And then we have a number of targets that we develop at the top of the Wasatch. We talked about 2 benches there that we primarily develop, but we actually have about 3 more that we've been playing with recently with various levels of economic success. Similarly, kind of between the Castle Peak and the Uteland Butte, we've looked at another additional target in there that is promising, but still probably needs a little bit of economic help. And then if you go from the Castle Peak to the left, we have really from the Castle Peak to the right, we call that, when we talk about it, our lower cube. Those are the formations that are in development today. And as mentioned, our typical developments includes about 6 benches there. But we have drilled wells from the carbonate marker up to the Douglas Creek. We call that section our upper cube. And we have, I believe we have more than 5 wells there. We've recently just drilled a 7-well cube that we will be bringing on this summer, and we're very excited to look forward to those results. The initial tests in those 3 different benches that we've tested so far in that section that we call the upper cube look very promising. We've added a 5th bench that we're also testing in that section. It's not quite in that section. It's just above the Douglas Creek marker for full transparency. But we're very excited about those rocks, but they're fantastic, but they're just a little less prolific than the rocks that we've been classically developing in our lower cube. And so that's where, as Mr. Gravy will testify, we believe that being able to reduce some of our costs will help us continue to expand the number of different benches that we're developing to the level of I'm going to probably before long have to expand this log just a little bit because that base of development marked on the right is moving down. We have 1 well online today that's below that. It came online after this display was made. But then we have another well that we'll be putting down in the Flagstaff this summer as well. So we'll be expanding this log out a little bit more to talk about some exciting results down there as well.
So it's fair to say all your drilling has given you good data to say there's additional targets here. They may just not have the same prolific resource.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. If we can go to what has been filed as exhibits, and we'll do them kind of together because they're very similar, 21 and 22.
Yeah, these are a series of cross sections. A to A prime runs from west to east across our lands, and then B to B prime runs from south to north across our lands. And generally, they show the consistency of the numerous formations that I just discussed, probably going a little too long and into too much detail. But one thing we've added into this these series of cross sections that's a little different than the type log is we still have that gamma ray track, the resistivity track, but what we've added to help aid in discussion today, the third track is 2 different tracks called BVO and BVW. And it's simply bulk volume oil, bulk volume of water. And it's really, you can think about them as just concentration logs. The water's nice to have for discussion, but realistically what we'll focus on is that green BVO log, probably at some point as we discuss this. And if you go to B prime, Mitch, I think it's kind of probably the most illustrative you can look at. If you look just below the Utland Butte marker,
And I'm going to trace that. Is that this line
that is
here?
that purple line there that runs across the series of wells. You can see in the first 3 wells on the left, that green BVO curve is pretty consistent, but it does start to drop off as you get into the...
And for those of us who aren't geologists, explain what a green BVO curve is. Will you just help them so
Yeah.
they know they're looking at the right thing?
So it's the second green curve over, I should say. We probably should have done a better job of not having 2 green curves. But it really is just a concentration of hydrocarbon log. It tells us that for every foot we have, how much hydrocarbon is within the pore space. And when you sum that up, that kind of gives you a pretty good indicator of the productivity and of a specific zone.
Okay.
So as you look from those first 3 wells on the left.
And can I pause for 1 second? Does the board understand which point of this we're looking at? Because we've got a simplified illustrative exhibit that may be a little clearer if anyone's interested. But if you're all following, we'll continue.
If you could just make sure you keep the cursor moving on that.
Yeah.
I will do that.
Showing up here, and it's very helpful.
If you want, Mitch,
Okay, good.
I can
Yes,
give it a
you
little
drive.
reach over here and just, yeah. Realistically, it's easiest to see just by looking at the far left well here, where we have this Bobby 63, which has a little typo in there, as well as the Weiss 335A2 has a bust in its API number. We will submit a corrected exhibit to just get those little nits cleaned up, by the way. But you can just see the general, how far from the left edge that BVO curve pushes over. And if you compare that to the Weiss over here on the right, it doesn't push over quite as far, but there's still plenty of hydrocarbon there. And that just simply kind of a point that we'll talk about a lot today is that these rocks are still very good as we move from our southern,
Well,
the
and
southern,
help them orient. So that
Yeah.
left well is on the
left, and if we move to the map on the right, the left well is at the southern end of our position, and the right well does poke off of the subject lands just a touch, but it's really one of the better logs that we have up in that is adjacent to the subject lands. So as we move from the far south of our acreage to the far north of our acreage, we do see a subtle reduction in reservoir quality as we move to the north. Still very good rock. We believe that we're going to get some very prolific wells up there, but it's both a little bit reduced in quality and untested at this point. We have not put a well into rocks that look like that, kind of from a number of different perspectives. There's a small amount of lithologic change up there. And so these displays, we believe, help demonstrate that we are looking at broad consistency as we move across the subject lands. But the consistency is not the same as these rocks being truly just laid down identical. There are subtle changes as we move from south to north.
Okay, so would it be safe to say that to sum that up, on the southern portion of your asset, the Utland Butte, as kind of what everyone knows here is the more prolific of the targets to date, is more concentrated, and the volume there's more, the same amount of oil in a smaller space, easier to get at.
That's exactly right,
And
Councilor.
as you move north, it's a little more spread out and a little more costly to get at it.
That would be correct.
Okay, that makes sense. Moving on to Exhibit 23.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of reorientation happening in this, and there's not a lot of heel-toe setbacks.
Yeah.
But can you please just reassure the board, talk about stress orientations and how they're going to impact that reoriented DSU in particular
Yeah.
and the overall development?
Absolutely. And so this is a slide we've shown a number of times, but top left map depicting the subject lands as well as a number of circles with an arrow in it. Those arrows indicate the direction of the maximum horizontal stress, which is interpreted to be the the direction at which a hydraulic fracture would propagate during our stimulations. So kind of showing what the drainage area will end up looking like from our stimulated rock. If we look first on the far right side of our acreage at 2 south, 3 west, we can see most of those little bubbles are oriented roughly north-south. And in the bottom right, then, we have just kind of a sample of, sorry, down in the far bottom right there where it says laydown orientation.
Oh, down here.
These big bubbles.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
That's
Okay.
just kind of a blown-up version of what we look at as we're looking at that. The red arrow indicating that maximum horizontal stress. About 20 degrees from due north-south is what we see in 2 south, 3 west. We move into as we move from 2 south, 3 west to the right on the boundary. We have that transition zone where we have 2 logs that we think very firmly nail down the location of the general kind of axis of the transition zone there, oriented about 45 degrees. And as we move further east into 2 south, 2 west, to 2 south, 1 west, and 2 south, 1 east, we generally see orientations that are oriented more east-west. Thus the nature of the change from stand-ups to laydowns. And thus the nature of the reorientation of those 2 units in 5 and, I should know these numbers better.
I'm going to show you this.
That's perfect, in 5 and 8 and 6 and 7.
Okay. Well, now showing you this, what would you say based on that other, it looks like the transition zone, you had a 45-degree roughly
Yeah.
primary stress orientation. How does that help you decide which way to orient a well, and what's the determining factor?
Absolutely. From kind of just if we really dove deep into kind of theory about what orientation you want a well, we could go on and on, but really that's easy. The easiest answer is you want the wells to be generally orthogonal or 90 degrees from that orientation, but we can't just go and put a bunch of 45 degrees north, east, southwest wells where we have a ton of laydowns and stand-ups, so we have to choose one or the other. Very legitimately, when you're at angles that are kind of in between that 90 degrees, as long as you're not oriented directly in line with maximum horizontal stress, I would argue that industry has generally found you can kind of pick whichever works best for you. One of my big arguments would be, I think that what works best for protecting the rights of correlative mineral owners at that 45-degree angle is having the 560 setback oriented kind of in line with that orientation. So by orienting these units north-south, you get just a little bit more protection for the correlative rights holders, while still very much getting very, very prolific well results, which we have seen on both sides of that transition zone in both 2 south, 3 west and 2 south, 2 west.
Okay.
One other small point, if you can go back to that stress orientation map.
Of course. Take me a few clicks here.
Yep. I would actually focus, and I'll just take a quick
Please, let me
moment
scoot this over for
to
you.
drive here rather than asking you to find a couple specific bubbles. One thing that we've found as we've collected a lot of new data with our drilling is that we've actually gotten 2 new wells that show us a really important data point about how sharp that transition point is, the transition zone is. If we look at this well right down here, it's at about 45 degrees. That's well within that transition zone. And if we look at this well up here in section 24 of 2 south, 3 west, it's almost identical to all of the orientations further west. So that gives us a good idea that this transition zone is relatively sharp.
And that looks like it's less than a mile away.
That is about less than a mile away. So all this, we kind of draw these form lines in that show a pretty broad swing. But the data we've collected recently show us that it's actually more likely a much more sharp transition. And so it's not something that affects a broad swath of acreage, but something that's probably located pretty close to within that 560 setback, giving us, again, good confidence that these setbacks will protect the rights of correlative rights holders.
Would it be fair to say then in a situation like this where it's a 45 that you can almost say whichever is the more economic orientation will allow the most production for mineral owners?
Absolutely.
Okay. And one last thing, given the 45 degrees, is there concerns about drainage offset to the north? And if so, how have you dealt with that, or are you dealing with that?
We deal with that with wells to the south today, right? We're bringing these wells online right now. We believe that the setbacks are protective, even in those locations. And from a standpoint of an abundance of caution by making sure that we have a situation that's in harmony with the operator to the north. That's why we'll take some time to think about what we're going to do on that north edge to make sure everybody's on the same page and that we're all getting generally protecting their rights as well as ours.
Better to be conservative in your ask.
Absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate it. With that, I have no further questions for you. I have one more. In your expert opinion, and based on exhibits 20 through 23 and what you've seen, do you believe the request here today, although unorthodox a bit, is the best plan to protect correlative rights and maximize resource recovery?
I do. Sometimes it takes a little bit of creativity, and I think one thing that's will be a little bit evident is really it's also partially what you see these wells that are developed here in a line. Part of the reason for that overlap is simply to fit with our development that we have today. Had we been doing things from the start and had all the knowledge we have today and knew what we knew about how well 3-mile laterals would work in the basin, we would have just started there. We wouldn't be talking to you about changing things up today. We would be talking about, well, we've got a success story of why 3-mile laterals work. But we didn't have that knowledge when we started our development, and now we have a dense swath of development that would effectively strand some resource in the core of our asset if we just went with a single uniform pattern. So it may be a bit unorthodox to see overlapping units like this, but what they're really doing is helping us truly recover and not waste the resource that's there.
Given the extensive 1280 development.
Absolutely.
Okay, and that makes perfect sense. I appreciate it, Mr. Sigler. With that, I'm done with you for now, and you can take a seat, and I'll bring up Mr. Gravy.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Board. And Division.
Don't go anywhere yet. You don't think anyone.
Could I ask a question first?
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Before we get off Exhibit 23,
Yeah.
what's that green dashed arrow indicate?
Yeah, that's what we interpret as the axis of this transition zone. So that's really where we interpret it based on, we think it's very firmly tied down on our acreage there with those 2 well logs. So these here in Section 5 of, Section 6 of 2 South, 2 West, and Section 31.
36.
I believe.
31.
It's right on the borderline there, but I believe it's in the data is truly in 31 of 2 South, 2 West. And so we see that there. We have some microseismic data that we were a partner to further south that helps us get a pretty good orientation of that as that little kink there that we see in it.
Okay, I was going to ask about that. Do you have any seismic other than the microseismic?
We have a selection of 2D lines. Our acreage, unfortunately, is not covered by some of the major 3D shoots that have been shot by other operators in adjacent lands. So we do the best we can with seismic as we can. We actually have some brand new microseismic that we got this year that we're party to that really helps solidify a lot of what you see on this map. But true 3D seismic is something we certainly throw around a lot. It is something we debate the investment all the time, but it is a costly investment for us to think about.
Okay, and a little further over, there's another green line.
Yeah,
I don't know
this
what
one right
that
here,
indicates.
just the county boundary.
Oh, okay.
Green and green was a very poor choice. Clearly, we like green too much. We need to get a little bit more diverse in our color palette.
Okay, and I guess I would also like to thank you for traveling up here to provide this explanation. I also want to thank you for making this information public. I think it helps us all to share with your knowledge. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll be at the Core Research Center the rest of the day looking at some beautiful Uteland Butte core up to the northwest. Anybody want to come join me? I'll be there.
Hey, stick around for just a couple more questions.
Yeah.
Because I can't go on until these questions.
I know.
You talk about less productive rock as you go north.
Yeah.
The operators to the south of you talk about the less productive rock increasing as you go south.
Yeah.
So there must be in this sweet spot here where, why is that? Kind of concentrated in this area, and you get less going north, less going south.
Our primary interpretation of that is that there's an overpressured cell. And so there's something about the maturation of hydrocarbons that occurs kind of from, really, I would argue, probably from 2 south into 3 south and then into the northern portions of 4 south, and it starts to diminish as you go further south. Just the amount of hydrocarbons that were generated, probably the depth of burial and the temperatures that are associated with that, just create such a voluminous production of hydrocarbons that, I mean, we are fortunate that that just provides drive that's unbelievable. So as you go further south, you lose that. As you go further north, we do believe the primary reason for losing that is you have more sandstones that are coming in off the Uinta Mountains, so that pressure was able to leak off a little bit better. You lose pressure as you go north. And then as you move up the column as well, so as we're developing these wells in the Douglas Creek, our upper cube, you see that those also have less pressure. They have less rock on top of them. They have a little less temperature because they're shallower. They just appear to not have quite as much drive. They are still spectacular. They're great wells, but for a small company like us, our economic hurdles demand that we always be thinking about how we make the best investment decisions for ourselves, and we believe that leads to the best investment decisions for all correlative rights holders based on what we're seeing in that geologic interpretation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, if you, and you don't have a good map here that we've seen yet that has all the existing wells, but I believe, that old Altamont field was kind of the northern part of this request area that was highly developed, just vertical 160, 4 wells per section.
Yeah.
And those were huge producers,
Yeah.
2-3 million barrel wells. So can you explain why
Yeah.
that worked so well then, and then also how much that production impacts your current horizontal production?
Yeah, a very great point. Though certainly, as you move up into 1 south and even parts a little further north of that, some of the old Boren wells and wells like that are some of the best vertical wells in North America. And so there's certainly a very prolific amount of hydrocarbons up there. That is something we believe that the hydrocarbons have migrated into fractures from the source rocks. And so that hydrocarbon has traveled just a little ways from probably areas like 1 south and 2 south. Looking at a well that's, I think, in 1 south, 4 west, over at the Core Research Center. Beautiful yellow wax, just like we see from Ammon McDonald was good enough to bring me some DST samples he'd collected from the archives that you had. That looks just like our hydrocarbon. So we do believe some of that's migrated up to the north, but some of it's produced in place. But as we move further north, you get those sands, and you get a less of a concentration of the source rocks themselves, which are what we target today with modern horizontal wells. And so what might have worked really spectacularly and been super prolific for vertical wells is a little bit of a different game for horizontals because you don't have those targets that we need to be laterally continuous like we have. And so that's the reason we think that it's a little less prolific for horizontal development up to the north. But they do provide a significant challenge, we don't exactly know yet, but we do believe that there's certainly challenges associated with looking at depletion surrounding those vertical wells. And I would point to units like in 2 south, 2 west sections 13 and 24, which is our Talladega Nights unit, the shake and bake wells, and the Lion and Tuna wells, the other guy's unit in 2 south, 1 west sections 19 and 18. Those units actually had 2 very big wells, a Galloway well and an Elder well that had produced over 1 million barrels of fluid. And with proper planning, we were able to stay away from those wells and get really prolific horizontal wells. So while the vertical wells do provide a challenge, proper planning by prudent operators can help mitigate those challenges.
So that high production, that million barrels, that did come some from the Uteland Butte, some from all these same formations.
It's some, but when we
But
look
did
at
they get some deeper too?
Yeah, that's really the key there is when we look at production logs, a lot of it comes from the deep Wasatch down into the Flagstaff. So it's not really, while there's certainly a pressure sink that's associated with that, we believe most of that's deeper than the formations we produce today with our horizontal wells.
Okay. You going to go down deeper with your horizontal wells and get to those, or is that?
We'll see you over here in 2 south, 1 west in a few months.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one technical question on
Absolutely.
Exhibit 22, where you're looking at the curves of the bulk water
Yeah.
content and the bulk oil. You're saying that that's indicative of the production.
Yeah.
So when the bulk water increases, do you have a bigger water cut in those wells?
That is, we generally see a broad correlation that way. I would love to tell you that my geology team is perfect at predicting the water cuts on wells that we see, but we don't get it perfect. What we do get is a very good directional correlation of when we have more bulk volume water, we will have more water production. And realistically, what our wells tend to do, this is a bit more in Mr. Gravy's domain than mine, but our wells tend to have a very consistent fluid rate. So the pressure brings all the fluids that we have at a pretty consistent rate based on kind of some pressure depth trends. But when there's more water, you just get less oil. And so that is another challenge we wrestle with for sure. Just trying to come up with ways to think about how we find less zones that have less water look like they have more oil. We do tend to focus a bit more on the oil curve just because at the end of the day, if we can find a good amount of oil, we'll come up with solutions for the water. And for us, part of that's fracking with our produced water. Saltwater disposal is still reasonably plentiful in the basin. It's certainly yes to the point of your question, but that's still challenges that we're fortunate that these wells are still prolific enough with oil that we'll just take on those challenges.
Mr. Mayo, could we proceed with your next witness?
Happy to, Madam Chair. I'd like to call Mr. Mark Gravy. Mr. Gravy. Turn you. Will you please state your name, spell your last name, and business address for the record?
Sure. Mark Gravy, Graeve, and our office at 600 North Shepherd Drive, Suite 390, Houston, Texas, 77007.
Okay. And can you please remind the board of your job title and your responsibilities as they relate to these lands?
Sure. I'm the Executive Vice President of Reservoir and Development at XCL Resources.
Okay. And I'm assuming that means you're the one responsible for developing the reservoir in this area?
My team tries to think through how we're going to develop the resource in place and then work with the operations team to get the wheels in motion.
Okay. I'd like to remind everyone that Mr. Gravy is testifying as an expert here today in field reservoir engineering and planning. I'd like to, before we start, show you the exhibits that we've filed as exhibits 11 through 19. Do you recognize each of these exhibits?
I do.
And were they prepared by you or under your direction or supervision?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Let's start with Exhibit 11. I'm just going to turn this to you and have you, talk about this, kind of why is everything in this request?
Yeah, no, I think that's an important point. So, XCL wants to think through two things. One is the long-term development, because the decisions you make to develop one unit affect the units offset it and your ability to develop the whole field. So we want to be long thinking and not just looking at an individual project. We want to have a comprehensive plan to how we develop the resource. That's important to protect relative rights, to be thinking through not your 6-month plan, but your 5-year plan. And it's particularly important because of the amount of resource in place. To go develop a single unit takes a tremendous amount of time. So this is a diagram of when everything goes well.
And XCL is kind of unique in that you do batch drilling almost exclusively, right?
Yeah, and at XCL, we think it's important to co-develop the resources that overlap because that's what's going to maximize the recovery. And so we don't usually just go drill a well. We tend to drill 10 wells on a given pad. So this is an example of a 12-well pad, and you can see in green roughly the first 2 months is to go plan where those wells would be, which formations. The geology have time to look at the logs, look at the resource in place. That's pretty compressed, so 2 months is pretty fast. Then going through the actual process to obtain a permit to drill those wells, 3 months. Again, that's I think a fairly quick turnaround. Once we have approval to drill those wells, going out there and building a location that the landowner is comfortable with, that we can connect to infrastructure, that the division or UDOGM is comfortable with, actually building it. So those first 7 months, before the drilling rig even gets there. And then to drill the wells, the drilling rig is there for about another 7 months, going from well to well throughout this program. And then as it leaves, we need to complete those wells, bring in the equipment to pump sand and water. And so that takes about 4 months to complete them. And then a few months to build the facilities, connect all these to tanks and to gas takeaway options, and turn the wells to on production. So when you're contemplating the development of a single unit, you're not going to see production from that unit for 20 months. And so if you're going to think about the development of the unit adjacent to it, somewhere in that yellow box, you have to begin your plans for that unit. And so if you want to be committed to developing resources in the Uinta Basin continuously, you have to have a pretty long lead thought process on how you're going to move through the field. And that's kind of the basis for why we're not requesting a single 1920, rather we're requesting the ability to drill them across our position, because we need to understand how they're all going to interact with each other and overlap across the entire asset.
Okay, that's helpful. XCL has had some prolific production. Can you talk about the growth and what you attribute it to and how you see it continuing?
Yeah, XCL is committed to developing continuously. We think it's really important for relationships, for the quality of employees. We don't want to be an operator that drills a well, stops, drills a well, stops. It's been our goal to drill continuously. So when we bring a drilling rig into the basin, it stays in the basin. That brings a lot of efficiencies. The rigs get better, the people get more comfortable, they get faster and more efficient, and developing continuously leads to production growth, and developing continuously leads to technology growth. And so we've been committed to growing production, and this chart lags a little bit because this is off of the publicly reported production, so it shows us at about 45,000 barrels a day, but in reality we're just under 60,000 barrels a day producing. So XCL and our predecessor Axia have grown this asset significantly through time.
And that time is interesting. 2017 is the date you used, and isn't it fair to say that's the approximate date of when horizontal drilling 2-mile wells on this unit, on this asset, kind of really started?
Yes, it's been significant to the production growth of this profile.
Okay, thank you. Exhibits 13 through 17. Now we're going to kind of talk about these together, but I'll let you kind of talk through them at your own pace. What is it you want the board to know about 3-mile laterals generally, and how they relate to the basin?
Yeah, I think the most important thing to know about 3-mile laterals is this technology growth is really positive. It really is going to benefit mineral owners and resources that maybe weren't economic without this technology. So if your position is in the very center of the basin and it's in the Uteland Butte, fantastic. People have probably found a way to develop it. But if your resource is somewhere else, that new technology really unlocks it. And long laterals are actually not uncommon. They're newer to Uinta, but they're not all that new. And one of the reasons they're fairly common in the Permian Basin, which is where that chart is, where some operators have drilled hundreds of wells, is because the leases dictate the lateral length, not a section grid. So if the lease is an odd shape, you just drill the lateral to fill the lease. And so operators like Pioneer, Oxy, ExxonMobil have drilled hundreds of these. And so while they're fairly new to the Uinta Basin, it's not necessarily a new technology.
Okay.
And long lateral lengths, they're just instrumental to reducing the cost of developing resources. So regardless how long your lateral is, there's some costs that are going to be fixed. So whether you drill a 1,000-foot lateral or a 10,000-foot lateral, you need to have an organization that's capable of drilling into overpressured rock. So you still have to have a very robust staff. Regardless how long the lateral length is, you have to build a pad that's capable of housing a drilling rig. You have to have a pipeline for the gas. You have to have equipment to handle the oil and water. You have to bring infrastructure in to that location, and then specific equipment to drill it, to complete it, to get down to 10,000 feet. So much of the costs we consider fixed. They really don't depend on how long the lateral length is. You're going to incur those costs regardless of a 1 mile, 2 mile, or 3 mile length. And so if you jump to the next slide, the amount of lateral that you drill beyond those fixed costs change how much it costs per dollar or per foot of resource you develop. And so if you look at the bottom of this chart, vertical wells are probably the highest cost structure. While there is a tremendous amount of resource vertically across our position, a little greater than 3,000 feet, that's less than a 1 mile well. So the first, change in technology really in the Uinta Basin is just going from verticals to 1 mile horizontals. And you can see there that's a change in cost structure, maybe not a significant change, but definitely an improvement. And then really there's a tremendous change as you go from a 1 mile well to a 2 mile well. And so that technology coming into the basin, unlocked a lot of resource. So instead of people paying more than $1,000 per foot of resource, they're paying closer to 800 feet. And 3 mile laterals, will continue that trend to reduce the cost to develop any given foot of resource.
And I mean, it's pretty clear to see that if it's less valuable, quote unquote, resource, the cheaper you can produce it, the better.
Yeah, reducing the cost to produce the resource is really important to protect and sustain development. So if you're a very high cost producer, then you need really prolific resource, or you need really high oil prices. And if either of those things diminish, then you will stop your activity. And so as far as protecting individuals that work there and people that want to see their resource developed and adding energy to the economy, reducing the dollar per foot is paramount.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. Turning to 16, we kind of hit on this, but talk about, there's been some mention of diminishing resource north or south, but talk about it in your terms.
Sure. So, there's a lot of resource in the Uinta Basin. Not all of it's, equal. So Josh spoke about this a little bit, but just to go on a high level, XCL has, starting at the shallowest stratigraphic interval, we have drilled wells, horizontal, in the Garden Gulch, in the upper Dug Creek, in the middle Dug Creek, in the lower Dug Creek, in the Castle Peak, in the Castle Peak Lime, in the Uteland Butte, in 2 benches of the Wasatch 5, in the Wasatch 4, and now in the Wasatch 3. And so there's resource deposited in a pretty significant vertical stretch in different intervals of different amounts, and then it also is changing laterally across the position. And so while some of the resource on this plot, if you look at the purple line, is definitely economic and definitely would encourage an investor to produce it on a 1 mile or a 2 mile basis, there are other resources deposited that really only would justify an investment with a improvement in technology, like 3 mile laterals. Okay. And it's important to quantify that, because generally when you develop one resource, that is the best opportunity to develop the other resource adjacent to it, even if it's a lower quality, because you've already built the pad, you've already brought a drilling rig in, you've already built your regional infrastructure, you've already brought in all these experts to try to quantify it. So the cost of adding that well at that point in time is the lowest relative to coming back, in the future and having to repeat all those fixed costs.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
So this slide is just really a combination of the previous slides. We'll start at the kind of left to right x-axis, so the resource quality in barrels per foot recovered. On the far right-hand side of the page, if the resource has 90 barrels per foot, that would be that top right cell in green. And if it's 30 barrels per foot, that'd be that top left cell in red. So let me just...
Please, you drive and I'll plug in.
So that's moving left to right is the amount of resource that is in place for that given interval. Some have lower and some higher, obviously. On the y-axis, or here in lateral length, is how long the lateral length is that you're going to try to develop that resource. So we know that resource changes north, south, west, east, and vertically, and that lateral length changes the cost to produce that resource. And so if you have a 90 barrel per foot resource, even if you're only allowed to drill a 1 mile lateral, let's say that's all the land you're able to get a lease on, it would still be economic. Now, if it was a 30 barrel a foot, it certainly wouldn't be. you would not recover your investment, and if you don't recover your investment, good luck raising another one. And at, somewhere between 65 and 75, there'd be a transition where, people maybe would consider it, an exploration that they would consider investing in it. And so as we move down this chart in lateral length, you can see that, we move these color scales from right to left. And so at a 10,000-foot lateral, you don't need as prolific of resources to justify an investment. You can drill wells that, are lower in per foot than you would need for a 1 mile, and then the trend continues to the 3 mile. So that's kind of the point of it, Mitch.
Okay, so the goal is if you extend the lateral length and kind of maximize the use of fixed costs, you can slide from the red into the pink and into the yellow,
Yes.
and each well gets a little more
Correct.
investable.
That's correct.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Last couple, back to kind of what the issues are the board or the division raised in its response, and kind of some of the concerns you've had expressed to you and explained to both the tribe, E&M, and to the BLM. Can you talk to the board about why you need overlapping 1920s when it comes to 2 South, 2 West?
Sure. In a perfect world, we would have developed the whole asset with 3 mile laterals, and the resource would be the same quality across the whole position. But the reality is some of the asset has already been developed. There is now existing production from some of these wells. So beginning a 3 mile unit that overlaps it isn't as practical. And so if it is a perfect world where you don't have much development in it, that'd be this bottom right chart. And so this map up here is of the lower Doug Creek. We don't have much development in it, and it does look like it extends all the way to the township. So in this interval, it is more or less how you would want this to lay out. 3 mile technology has arrived around the same time we discovered the prolific resource. So we will develop it on a 3 mile basis because it both extends to the township and is undeveloped in these units. In other formations where the resource falls off and isn't as productive on the northern edge and is developed, it makes sense to develop it as a 3 mile unit beginning at the end of the previous production. And so that's kind of the reason there, Mitch.
Okay, let me hit on that. So you look in 2 South, 3 West, and it shows a bunch of wells depicted. They're laydown wells here, but it shows essentially that the bottom 2 rows have been pretty well developed with horizontal wells, at least as to the benches those wells are in. You look at 2-2, and those wells aren't depicted, but based on publicly available data, can you say, is that kind of what you're dealing with? Is the bottom 2 rows of 2-2 have also been pretty well developed by horizontal wells when it comes to certain benches?
Yes. Certain benches have been fully developed across these units.
And the Utland Butte might be a good example, right? The more prolific
Yes.
zones have probably been...
That's correct. The Utland Butte has been fully developed across those benches.
Okay. So in a situation like I mentioned with Mr. Ananson, let's say, these lands, there's a part, there's a unit that comprises 33, 28, and 21. And then you're requesting one that's 21, 16, and 9, and one that's 4, 9, and 16.
Correct.
And so in that situation, what you're saying is if you're, targeting, for example, Upper Cube, Douglas Creek, and there hasn't been drilling there, what you would likely utilize, and tell me if this is correct, is 33, 28, and 21, and 16, 9, and 4.
That's correct.
The option on the right side.
That's correct.
But if you were targeting the Utland Butte that had some pretty prolific development in the bottom 2 sections, it wouldn't necessarily be fair to pool 21 with those because those have been developed. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's correct. And
Tell me a better way to say that.
Well, and this is why at the beginning of the order, we did think it's important to respace these verticals, these units to stand-ups. So if the resource is very productive all the way to the limit, we may continue with 2 mile development and go to it. But if it is diminishing as you go north, it will require 3 mile wells in order to attract capital. And so that's kind of this chart here that we went through on the bottom left. And, I think, I said it earlier, I think this is a very exciting thing for mineral owners. Any change in technology that allows their resource to be developed is exciting to me because, certainly there are landowners in sections 7, 8, 9, and 10 that would not have seen development without this technology. So for them, this is an exciting moment, as well as just continuing north into, as you said, Mr. Moon, there is definitely resource as you go north, but it is diminishing in quality and has the complications of prolific vertical development. So new technology will allow people to continue to push the edges.
Okay. And based on that, talk to the board about what economic impact you're expecting based on approval of this.
Yeah, so this is just an illustration of a 2-mile well versus a 3-mile well, the 3-mile well being more productive due to its increased lateral length, which would increase the tax revenue from 3.6 million to 5.4, and the royalty revenue from 9.4 to 13.6. Across the DSU, the taxes would improve from 45 to 65 million, and total royalty revenue from 113 million to 163 million. And I think the other caveat here, and what's important to know, is that a lot of these 2-mile wells wouldn't get drilled. If the resource is diminishing, it's really comparing a 3-mile lateral to 0, because as the resource falls off, if you don't improve in technology, some of this is just not something you can develop.
So this is even assuming a 1280,
But
there's increased
assuming
economics.
that both projects were economic, just the lateral length would make those wells more economic.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions aside from, in your expert opinion, Exhibits 11 through 20 and everything you've heard here today. Is this the best and fairest way to produce all the resource that you operate, maximize recovery, prevent waste, and still protect correlative rights?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions for my witnesses, and I'm happy to kind of take the divisions or the board's lead on how you want to proceed with the rest.
Since we're talking about all three witnesses, could we have Mr. Anson and Mr. Sigler maybe come up to the table here to, so we're not trading microphones? We've got another table over here. Great. And I think we'll go to the division next.
Thank you very much. Just initially,
Excuse me, before you start, when you guys are speaking, could you just introduce yourselves so that we know who's talking? Thank you. Sorry.
thank you. Initially, the division would like some clarification. I'm not sure Mr. Anderson or maybe Mr. Mayo could chime in here. The request for the 1920s is a request that will also allow up to 32 wells to be drilled in some kind of combination, whether long length horizontal, short length, directional, or vertical. There is currently already 1280s spaced. My understanding is these will just overlap. If somebody wants to come in and put a new, say, less than 2-mile well, how will the division know what unit this is being drilled in?
I mean, I think the short answer would be the permit. Right? The permit will lay out, in my estimation of how this works, the permit will lay out, we're permitting a well for a 2-mile development under this order in sections 25 and 36. And that will be the unit that it applies to. That's my understanding, Mr. Anderson.
That's correct. That's what I was going to say. And, it'll be paid and pooled in the same way.
So if we could go to, let's just pull up Exhibit 6. If you could do that, that'd be great.
It'd take me a few clicks, but I'll get there.
And, I mean, just so you know, this is purely hypothetical. We're just trying to understand. So let's say you wanted to put a 2-mile in sections 7 and 18 of 2 South, 2 West.
I don't think we have
Do we want to pick a different unit because the stand-ups are 6 and 7?
6 and 7.
Oh, sorry, okay. So let's say, let's just say we want to do 18 and 19. Sorry,
Yep.
thank you. In that situation, you would just indicate that this is done under certain spacing order? That's how you would like to proceed with that?
That's correct. So if you go to, there you go, thank you, Mitch. We would put that under the cause number 139-153 as it's currently spaced.
Do you see any scenario where the 2-mile would be under the 1920 units?
Yeah.
You do, that's part of your plan?
Well, we talked about this possibility last night. There's technical problems that occur. The board hears about risk all the time in pooling hearings. One of the risks is you can't make it the full length on your well. And so in a situation like this, we talked about the possibility, what happens if you can't drill it all the way? So there is a scenario, right, envisionable, where technologically, geologically, something happens and you're not able to complete that well. And my understanding is, and this is obviously for these guys to answer and confirm, my understanding is that would be stubbed back to the 2 mile and sundry requested of the board to produce as is, et cetera. You know, kind of cleaned up on the back end. That's my understanding.
Yeah, that's correct. We would treat it, you know, as kind of like an allocation well. It wouldn't be fair, we believe, to the other sections, you know, that if you're not, you know, tapping their resource, that you shouldn't be developing, or you shouldn't be pooling and paying on it.
And at least in Utah, we'd have to come before the board and present the case. And the board
Yeah,
can make
that's
that
right.
decision, right? Produce it as a 3 mile, even though it only goes, 2.5, or produce it as a 2 and stub it back. But that's the board's decision to make at that point.
Okay. I'm remembering stuff in order, so I'm going to keep coming to you. We talked a little bit about notice to the BLM. Could you explain to me, where does the BLM, we don't have any idea of what ownership is in these lands. Where does the BLM own?
Oh, man, good question. You know, we honestly don't have many BLM lands located within our position. Off the top of my head, I think out of our 46,000 acres we have here, I believe it's only like 300 acres that are actual BLM. We do have tribal acres
Okay.
located within there, which I'd refer, kind of BIA acreage. And we've got about 7,000 acres of BIA acreage. I'm happy to kind of arm wave, but they are kind of just scattered within the position. So yeah.
And that was, to be clear, when Mr. Kenska reached out to me, that was his concern, was the BLM's looking at it because it impacts Indian Trust lease lands, not because it impacted BLM lands,
Okay.
to clarify.
All right.
The only clarification that the BLM wanted, and as well as Energy and Minerals, was that if it was an existing 2 mile well that was producing, it was not going to be repooled into a 3 mile unit and change the payments that are currently existing, which is not. And so that was their only flag, and otherwise we're very supportive that, or he said that we were allowed to say he had no objection, but I think generally well received because of the increase in technology.
Okay. If you could go to Exhibit 8, please. And this is along the same question as ownership. Actually, maybe I'm thinking 6, which is the one that shows the overlapping. Yeah, let's go to 6. Yeah, that's it. So let's just take those 4 sections to the north, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 2 south, 2 west. What does ownership look like in there? Is that fee? I mean, is it tribal? Is it uniform?
And if you don't know off the top of your head, I wouldn't guess.
Yeah,
unless
if you
you're
don't know, it's
confident.
fine.
Sometimes I close my eyes and I can see our position. I'm almost positive that the majority of that ownership up there is all fee. I do know 18 and 19 and 17 and 20 there in 2 south, 2 west is tribal acreage. But I am 99% positive that's off fee acreage. It is. I'm closing my eyes and seeing it now.
All right. There's also, we talked about, there's some existing wells in here. Let me just remind myself who the parties were. Altamont, Homeland, and Quinex, I believe, are on the exhibit. Can you confirm that they received notice and that you have received no comments from them?
Yes, great question. We've sent notice to all 3 of the operators that you mentioned, and we received no comments or anything back from them.
Okay. I also have Peter Pankey and Colton Goodrich from the division, if it's okay with the board. May they ask some questions?
Yes.
Before we do that, sorry,
yes.
I'd like to clarify one thing that Andrew brought up that I meant to clarify in mine. This is a fairly new animal, right? Overlapping 1920s on top of 1280s is something we're all kind of figuring out as we go here. But what we did in the request, or what we tried to do, was create a very similar scheme as when we overlap 1280s on top of 640s. And so he mentioned the concern or question about there's 32 wells allowed in these 1920 units. What was intended was essentially the same as applies in the 1280s, and that's that any one section can have 32 wells in it to produce it. That's the number right now that XCL believes will fully develop, whether that's 1 mile wells, 2 mile wells, or 3 mile wells, the total number will be 32 in a section. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So no intention for 64.
Not at this point in
Okay,
time.
that's
I
good
think
to
we
know.
all would be happy if XCL could come back in a
Oh,
few
yeah, it'd be
years and
great.
say, we're ready for 60 wells.
That
So
is a problem we hope to be addressing with the board eventually.
So sorry, but for that clarification, but go ahead, Peter.
Peter Pankey with the division. First of all, it's so nice to have you guys here. Your Salt Lake office can't come soon enough. But just real quick, I had some questions for Josh first. Geologist to geologist. If you could go, Mitch, to the geo slides, yes. Go down, yeah, right here. So Josh, you were talking about all your different targets. And I was just curious, to the north of you guys, has anyone drilled a horizontal up there? I know Mr. Moon was saying that there were a lot of vertical wells.
Yeah, no, north of our acreage, Josh Ziegler, there are no horizontals to my knowledge north of us.
Okay. And who's the operator up there? I know Altamont,
Altamont
Javelin.
and Javelin would be the two operators that are primarily focused in most of sections 1 south from 4 west over to 1 east.
Okay.
There's some other scattered. Quinex has some acreage still up there. I think I'd be speculating beyond that, but I'm sure there's 1 or 2 more operators we could probably identify up there.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that there were no horizontals. drilled
There are
up there.
not.
Okay. Great. And then this is a great slide. I want to talk about your stress orientation indicators. I know when we talked, we kind of hashed this out, but I want to make sure I'm clear. What are these stress orientation indicators created from?
Yeah, the majority of everything that's on the page, particularly on XCL's acreage, is are derived from drilling-induced fractures that are observed on wireline borehole image logs. I would say that's this is now a bit guessing for the areas south of us, where I don't have every piece of information, but I would guess that's probably 75 to 80% of all the data on this page. When you look at our acreage, that's probably 95%. There's one piece of data on our acreage that is derived from microseismic, but that piece of data directly confirms what we see in those borehole image logs, giving us great confidence that what we see is effectively, to kind of give just a little more background, when we're drilling, there's the possibility that our drillers get a little too worried that the formation's going to flow, cause a well control issue. So they'll kind of overpressure. Our mud weight will be greater in terms of pressure than the yield strength of the rock, and so we'll actually, unintentionally, but sometimes happens, induce some very small fractures into the borehole. Those are a primary indicator of when we are going to go frack a well. Well, that would be the exact same orientation we would see, and so that's the bulk of the data that is really probably represented on this map, with some microseismic in a few spots.
Okay. And I believe last time we talked, you said that you personally have verified most of these.
In 2 south, 3 west, 2 west, and 1 west, I have personally verified the orientation of every single piece of data. And that's partially why also down in the bottom right, we like to show like real true examples. It's very hard to see, but you can actually see tiny little dots kind of, Mitch, if you could go just, yep, right there, those little dots, those are the actual individual fractures themselves that have been measured. And that's, there's certainly a spread. But you grid those pieces of data and you find it. That's why we show the detailed information from those very specific logs to really point out how we're getting to the interpretation that we have. As we go further south, in 3 south, 3 west, there are a few pieces of data that we have as partners. from 3 south, 3 west, 3 south, 2 west, and 1 west as partners or as part of data trades. But I've generally only selected data points that I can confirm through multiple filings with multiple operators for offset operator data, that I'm seeing good consistency.
Great. And then when you place these data on the map, where do you place them? Do you put them just anywhere on the wellbore? Do you put them right in a certain spot?
I tend to try to aim at putting them right on, these are mostly taken from vertical wellbores. I think every piece of data we're actually using here is realistically from a vertical wellbore.
Perfect.
So it's right where that data lies.
Okay. And then, thank you for that clarification. I also want to understand the green line, your access. So could I interpret that green line to be further east if I were a wild geologist with the data you have here?
I think with the data I have here, I would argue no. I believe that what we see from that Ute tribal well up in section 6 of 2 south, 2 west, and then from our Olympian pilot hole there in section 31 of 2 south, 2 west, that really truly lines the axis of where we're seeing this change. I would welcome additional data to show that would change. But from what we see, no, we believe this is the axis of where that lines up. And we think we also, because we can see that in some microseismic data that we have further south, it helps support the kink that we have there. Obviously, these are interpretations. And if new data were brought to light, I would welcome that. But from the data we have, I would say no.
Okay. And then just one last question related to that. That line you have, it goes, so it's almost north-south as it goes through your section, but then it takes a jog. Do you expect that to kind of swing back towards what you have, or?
That's a great question. I've wrestled with that to a certain degree myself. And obviously, you can look at, I'll even make the statement that you can look as we get further south, there at the bottom of the diagram there in 4 south, 3 west, gets to be 4 south, 4 west, over to 4 south, 2 west. I have a pretty wide swath on where that could point. So I might clarify my previous statement that in 2 south, I think that line is very fixed. As we get further south, I would allow for more interpretation, and I think there's much more data that other operators may have to line out where that could be.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Colin Goodrich with the division. With adding an extra mile on, you're going to have greater torque and drag. You need pumps capable of handling several more tons of mud and cuttings. Various complications from adding an extra mile on a pay to be fractured. The need for experienced crews. My question is, while this has been done in the Permian, can you expand on the equipment and crews, if the equipment and crews are capable of doing it here?
Yeah, that's a great question. In general, the limitation of how long your lateral length is the ratio to the vertical depth of the well. So you mentioned torque and drag. If it's a particularly shallow formation, like the DJ Basin in Colorado, located at 6,000 feet, it's more challenging to get beyond 2 miles. So once it becomes about 2 to 1, once the lateral length is about twice the vertical depth, it gets pretty tricky. They've pushed past it. So when you get a 12,000 foot lateral and you're only at 6,000 feet, that's where it's pretty challenging to go beyond that. But because we're deeper, because we're 8,000, 9,000 feet, 3 mile lateral, that ratio is much smaller. So that'd be an 18,000 foot lateral before the torque and drag gets rather tricky to get beyond. And so, yes, we are technically capable of doing it. And it is within the limitations of this basin, I think is particularly well set up for it. But it will require changes, different casing sizes, and things that will be documented in the APDs.
Josh Stigler here. I'll also add, while Tom Castens, our expert in drilling, is not here with us today, his team has been actively engaged with my team, getting geomechanical data to put into some of those torque and drag models and all the other additional kind of pre-operation work you can do to truly plan these wells out. And every indication we've seen so far, we know our rig is capable of doing that, and the equipment that we're using. But then, as you're getting at, some of it comes down to the specifics of the rock we see here. Every indication we've seen so far is that it is very possible, much like operators are doing to the south of us.
All right, thank you.
Just a reminder, please ID yourselves before you speak. Thanks.
Thank you. Just one more question. This is probably best for Mr. Gravy. If you could go to Exhibit 8. I did it again, 6. Just so we understand, could you explain, I know we talked about diminishing resources to the north. Could you explain a scenario where one of the red 1920s in the north, that will have a long length horizontal drilled? What situation would we see that?
Yeah. So in the, no, it's okay. So, 3 miles are becoming prevalent now. And, some resources are also becoming well described now. So, for example, the Lower Doug Creek, we drilled a Lower Doug Creek here, and we've drilled a Lower Doug Creek here. And then there is a short Lower Doug Creek roughly here. That is it across the whole position. But we've taken logs, we've taken core, we've looked at it. The resource itself is across all of these townships. And so in that case, we don't have to worry about being adjacent to a 2-mile well very often because so much of this is undeveloped. So we can kind of start from scratch. We can develop it on a 3-mile basis here and a 3-mile basis here. And, the reason that there's only 3 wells drilled in the Lower Doug Creek is because while it is a great resource, it isn't that prolific to attract capital continuously. It's kind of every once in a while you're like, okay, let's test it. It's kind of in the exploration phase. This technology will move it from, yes, it is economic enough to test it occasionally to we could truly develop it. So because there isn't a lot of depletion and because the technology is here, we can now use both of these 1920s to develop the resource. But in other cases where these are already drilled and the resource maybe isn't as prolific as you go north and may not exist, then it's prudent to have these in order to protect Section 7.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Peter Pink with the division.
No.
So it seems to me like what is happening is that things that aren't developed, you see obviously in 1920s and especially in the red ones, but things that are developed, for example, the Utland Butte, you want to utilize these blue,
Yeah.
we call them double dubs around here because they're dubs, or sometimes just dubs, dub square. We're just trying to wrap our heads around it too. Don't worry. But that's what it seems like to me. Is that a correct way of looking at this?
Yeah, one interval, the Castle Peak lime that we developed in 29 and 31, or 32. And this is Mark Gravy. What we've learned is it's a good resource, but it's kind of on the cusp of whether or not it justifies the investment, and it likely is diminishing as you go north. So if it is something we developed, and it did make sense to invest in it, but as it gets worse, it may not. And so in order to continue that, you would use this blue shape. And if it's prolific all the way to Section 8, then you would need to approach the offset operator and discuss forming a new unit to continue it through Section 5.
Okay. So, I mean, in the Utland Butte wise, like these 3-mile laterals sound awesome, but when you get to 3, 4, 5, and 6, they seem like they might be kind of left behind almost. And you've kind of explained that drilling 2 miles in 6 and 7 and 5 and 8 and 4 and 9 and 3 and 10 just might not work. But it does kind of sound like there's still work to be done up north.
As previously plugged, I'm over at the Core Center. Josh Sigler, again, by the way. I'm over doing that work today. We know that there are significant lithologic changes as we move further north. And so at the moment, that rock is untested. I don't like to think of it so much as left behind as it's untested, and it certainly likely needs additional technology to figure it out. And as such, the best shot at developing that resource is truly actually probably drilling the 3-mile laterals just south of it to truly understand how prolific that can be. And you see it in our development just overarchingly, even in our 1280s today. We've worked our way up to our northwest. We see changes. You know, we run a lot of cuttings analysis to look at those rocks. They are changing. And so we believe this is the best way forward in terms of recovering the resource that is there, right? I mean, if we tried to do just the overlapping, just a straight pattern with no overlap, well, then we're kind of going to be left in a situation where we'd be potentially leaving behind 19, 20, and 21, which are proven resource. As an operator, that's what we want to think about developing in the front of our dispatch curve. Just kind of the front of what we want to develop is what we know today. And so I don't think of it as left behind, just more we have testing to do. And the pattern of those units will become, I think, quite evident as we do more testing and understand what we need to do to get those units developed. And frankly, you know, in some ways, it'll also probably be dependent on some of the other resources we'll develop as other in the kind of the uniform pattern.
Great, thanks. And sorry, just one more question. I just want to make sure I'm clear. But the blue dashed ones, so let's say I want to drill a well 19, 18, and 17.
Okay.
And it's a Ulan Butte well.
Can't drill in there.
Yeah,
I
19,
can't-
18, 7, right?
Sorry. I can count, yeah. Yeah, thank you. 19, 18, and 7. I want to drill a 3-mile lateral, and on my permit, I'm drilling under this new order. Let's go do it. And I only end up, for some reason, drilling 2 miles. There's a problem. Something goes wrong. Is it going to stay in the 3-mile? Because I know we kind of talked about it the other way. I just want to make sure that the 3-mile to the 2-mile, what happens then?
Sure. At that point, Kevin Anderson. At that point, you know, we would file the sundry, or we would come in front of the board like we've done before, and at that point say, hey, you know, we are within the setbacks. You know, this should be a 1280 well, because we've only have those 2 sections at that point that we're pooling and paying on.
And you would try to make sure that you were in those setbacks. So if you did go a little further, maybe you'd pull it back and...
Yeah, at that
Yeah,
point, you know, I'm getting over
and
my
only
skis.
The setback is based on production. So before production, we would have to put a cast iron bridge plug and isolate the interval that extends beyond that setback.
I was about to say that, Mark.
No, you weren't.
Perfect. I think I'll rest my case.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, so I just want to say we're very appreciative of XCL and your willingness to help us understand this. But with that, we have no further questions right now for the witnesses.
Thank you. I have just a quick bookkeeping question for the division. Do you have the process set up to keep track of all these overlapping DSUs? I'm thinking of correlative rights, and if people come in and want to know if they're in or out of a well. Do you have the capability right now today to keep track of all that information?
I'm not personally involved in that.
So Peter Pankey with the division. I'm on the permitting team. And unfortunately, Orlin Wallace, our manager, he's not here today. He had some personal things to take care of today. But so it's kind of a struggle for them with the board orders and trying to figure out which one applies to which lands, especially when we're kind of, you know, we're adding to this one and pulling apart this one. But I would just hope that XCL, and I know you guys are very good at a lot of these things, but would just be very clear when you were saying this is what we're going to drill under. And I think there's a letter actually with each permit that says we're drilling under this order, and that's obviously super helpful. Does that help, Levon?
Yes, thank you. The other question I have is, I didn't see a working interest percentage. The question is, in all these sections that you have requested, do you have 100% or a majority of the working interest?
We have a majority working interest.
Okay. And no objections from any of the non-ops?
No, ma'am, no objections.
Thank you. Board, do you have any questions? Mr. Church?
Yes, Mr. Gravy, on the the 3-mile laterals, do you see any diminished frac length that's achieved out in that furthest toe of the well?
That's a great question. I do not believe so. We've spoken with numerous operators to try to get more knowledge about that 3rd mile, and one which is actually I don't know if they'd want me to name them, so I won't. But they're a prolific Appalachian operator, and with the suppressed natural gas prices, they basically have realized the only wells they can drill are 3 miles or longer. They're the only things economic today. And their advice was that if you design the well appropriately, you won't see any diminish across that 3rd mile. And they gave us some specifics about how many holes to shoot during your completion and how to adjust things a little bit. It's certainly possible, but we think with proper planning that we should be able to mitigate.
Okay, and one additional question. On your 20-month development in this area, are you curtailed, or is the takeaway for produced gas all in place, or where it can be reached in a short amount of time? You don't envision any venting problems in the testing of the wells or waiting on hookups to the gas lines?
Yeah, for these 3-mile wells that would be produced 20 months from now, no, we don't see any change or issues with gas takeaway. It looks like the gas infrastructure that's being built and planned today is sufficient.
Thank you.
Mr. Gravy, what it would be a typical AFE cost for 3-mile versus 2-mile?
About $8 million in that general range for a 2-mile well, and about $10 million for a 3-mile well. So it's about a 25% increase in well cost, but a 50% increase in lateral length. And so that's why it's significant to diminishing resources. It's more cost effective.
Thank you. Board, do you have other questions? Mr. Moon?
On Exhibit 9, you have the 330 setbacks, heel toe, or I guess whichever it is, to the north. Is that because of the stress orientation, or is that just because differing ownership to the north, or
Yeah,
it's just to have that different than everything else kind of bothers me. But
no, it's a good question, especially since we have gone back, or we have, feels like 100-foot setbacks is the new, obviously the norm, as you can see there in the green. 330 or up to the northern, it is a different operator, and we are working on, touching base and figuring out, like, hey, what works best up here, with you guys. And to be honest, we have not, reached out to them to do that, and we plan on doing it. I believe, Mitch, those are actually laydowns as well. And so, which is a little bit different, and, that takes...
it's spaced up there. Huh?
I believe they are spaced as laydowns. And so I'm almost positive. And so that was another thing that went into, thinking through this. But, if, when we do go develop those units, obviously we would, make sure before that hearing, or before we start drilling, if 100-foot setbacks is that right answer, which, is, if they're all uniform, then we would definitely go ask for you guys to, hey, let's set those at 100-foot. Let's make everything green.
Sounds like you're a ways out before you get up there anyway. So
Well,
maybe not.
it's untested.
Okay.
And so is north, right? There's no horizontal wells north of this, as we said. So it really is smart to be conservative, even though it does kind of bother me, too, to have that little spot that's unpolished. But I think it makes sense in this situation.
Josh, Mr. Moon, just to point out your other second half of the question, we do believe 100-foot setbacks would be protective of correlative right holders, even with the stress orientations up there. That's just much more simply a logistical question and making sure we're doing the right thing with offset operators.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gravy. Yeah, it's nice to have you here in person.
So good to be here.
You mentioned the obvious savings by going 3-mile versus 2-mile per foot. Aren't there benefits also by fracking, a cubed area, 10 or 12 wells. Is that, obviously having all your facilities there at the same time, but are there actual production benefits from fracturing multiple wells at the same time?
There
Or in the same time period?
Yes, that's a great point. And so, reducing lateral lengths should allow for more resources to be developed. And if two resources are close to one another, so if they're vertically layered on top of each other, those two well bores can be closer if they're completed at the same time than if they're completed at different times. And that's because as you're pumping into the well bore, if there is depletion adjacent to you, that's where the fluid would like to go. And so two wells that are developed at the same point in time can be more densely developed than two wells developed at different time periods in general.
Okay, thank you. Also, is there any way to know, like we're talking about this third leg of production, or this third mile, and is there diminishing, flows from those? How can you tell where the flow at the surface is coming from, or how can you know that?
Yeah, so kind of two ways. One is just empirically, we'll have a lot of 2-mile wells producing. We'll have 3-mile wells, so hopefully we'll see a linear trend, the performance. The lateral length will correlate to the production. But then we're also going to pump oil tracers, and so these are just some very trace amounts of chemicals that are benign, but you pump them in with the stage, and then you spread them out across the lateral and see if they come back in equal results, or if they're more concentrated towards one side of the wellbore. So if you recover them disproportionately in the first mile versus the third, that may tell you the first mile is recovering disproportionately. And these are pretty commonly used throughout the Uinta Basin and the country.
Thank you.
Board, do you have other questions? Mr. Borden?
Just a question back on the geology of the maximum stress orientation.
Yeah.
What is your theory on why you have these very rapid changes? Is one related to the Uinta Mountain uplift and the other to the Wasatch, or?
Yeah, Josh Sigler. Yeah, that's exactly right, Mr. Borden. We believe that the stress orientation change we see is really probably at some point in geologic history, it was mostly dominated by really east-west stresses, where the Uinta Mountain block really, it dominates depositional trends into the basin, where things seem to come in from south and are deposited to the north. Probably very akin to some of the stress orientations we see down in the Duchesne Fault Zone. And then as the Laramide and severe uplifts occurred, that Wasatch block pushed its way from west to east and has reoriented some of those stress orientations over portions of the Uinta Basin.
Thank you.
Mr. Walker?
Yeah, Mr. Gravy, can we go to Exhibit 15 and 17? I'm pretty interested in. Is this, looked like 17 is probably based upon your own data, but is 15, is it industry data, or is this XCL's data that made these determinations?
Yeah, 15 is XCL's estimate of our cost to develop at these different strategies.
15, is 17 also that all your
17 is also our estimation of which lateral lengths and resources we would be able to attract capital for development.
Okay, good. That's great. Thank you. And also I want to reiterate, thank all of you for coming here, and thank you for sharing this to the public. Can we go back to Exhibit 23 just a second too? Now, you showed us, was it one or two cross sections?
Two cross sections.
Okay, so where are they in relation to your green line?
One
goes east-west.
Yeah,
okay.
it was one goes east-west. So actually, honestly, well A on this, the second well from the left, the Olympian 64 there,
Yeah.
that is the well in question that we have logged that we believe shows us where the axis of that stress orientation changes.
Okay, and then the rest of that cross-section is to the east of the green line?
There's one well to the west, and most of it's to the east of the green.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And we see continuity across those lines, and that to us indicates that it's really more of a stress orientation change than a fundamental depositional control or anything
Something
like
after
that.
deposition happened, okay. Okay, those are all the questions I have.
Board, Mr. Galecki?
Just another real quick geology question. So, like the Uteland Butte is only about 100, looks relatively 100 feet thick or so. And I guess you have, along that links, you still have good lateral continuity?
Yeah, absolutely. If we look at the Uteland Butte, Josh Sigler again, across the entire basin, we're looking at thicknesses that are roughly like, further south, you get down to up to about 175 feet of thickness, but it's really 125 to 175 feet of thickness is absolutely consistent across the majority of the basin. What you can see as we move a little further north is we still have most of that package that's about 125 feet thick, but there's additional sands that seem to be coming in from the north, and that's what's causing some of that thickness change as we move up to the northern two wells here on the B to B prime cross section.
Okay, thank you.
Board, do you have other questions? Okay. Back division, do you have any further questions?
No questions, just time for our response.
Mr. Mayo?
Thank you. With that, we're done with our case in chief. I believe it's appropriate for the division to present theirs if they have any, and then I'm happy to sum up.
Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have a presentation or a case in chief. When the division first received this request, we were, just like everybody else, we wanted to take time to review this and go through it and try to understand it. Because of the regulatory aspect involved, as the division would have to kind of try to understand this when we're permitting and try to understand this as it relates to development in this area. The board under Utah Code 40-6-6-4A may order the establishment of drilling units of uniform size and shape unless it can make an exception due to geological, geographic, and other factors. When we reviewed this request, one of our concerns was protecting correlative rights and preventing waste. And after the testimony we heard today, we feel that XCL has come up with a plan where their intent is to minimize waste. They're doing their best effort to try to extract as much resource as possible. And they've come up with a plan. It's different than what we've seen in the past. And because of that, we feel like the geological evidence does present that this is a necessary aspect in their development. We would just request that if the board goes ahead and approves their request, that this kind of development, this overlapping 1920, is based on the fact that there is geological evidence that's needed in this situation. It's not something that we're just going to approve on a basis going forward just based on because somebody wants it. And that was our concern, but we feel like today that this specific situation does warrant the request at hand. And with that, the division is in support of this.
Thank you. Mr. Mayo?
Thank you. You know, there's been a really good discussion today, and I think that's what complicated matters really do. I appreciate the division's efforts from the beginning. They were engaged, they reached out, they had questions, and they really strived to understand what it was. And it's not easy to understand initially. But we really appreciate the division and the board taking the time to ask the hard questions and really think about this. You know, all I'll say in sum is XCL believes and has testified here pretty clearly that this is not only the best way to maximize resource recovery, but they believe because it's based on a proven model of overlapping 1280s that it's still equally protective of correlative rights. And given that, and the fact that no one has filed an opposition, no one has shown up here today to protest this, the division has come around to support it, and that the tribe and BLM are both not opposed to this. We'd ask that the board approve this as requested and look forward to seeing how this testing proves out in the real world. And with that, I'd submit. Oh, thank you. I had a reminder, as did you, to move for admission of my exhibits, I would imagine.
That's the next step.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 23 were submitted and discussed here today, and I'd move for admission of those inclusive.
And you did not want to submit 24 and 25?
I'm happy to. We didn't discuss them
Okay,
here
that's
today.
fine.
So they're,
Let's leave them off. So admitted. And I guess now I'd like to take a few minutes. Mr. Gravy, if I could have you step back. We have Mr. Cox from the public has a comment. Would like to hear his comment.
Could you pull up probably
Please introduce yourself.
I will.
one of these guys?
Yeah, keep going. It's the red one that has the squares overlapping. Keep going back. Almost. There.
Okay, that's good.
My name is Dwayne Morley Cox. My wife is a mineral right holder in two family lines, the Seeleys and the Goodrich. And I kind of get tasked with coming to these meetings, trying to understand so I can explain to the family members what you're really trying to do, they're trying to do, and what you're trying to approve. In looking at my wife's payment stub information, I ran into a problem. And that is that Olympian 60-3635-23G appeared, and she's being paid for it. And she has no mineral rights in either of those two sections. So scratched my head and was busy with other things, and eventually Flaming Dragon wells came online, and they are in sections 25 and 26, just north of section 36 and 35 in Township 2-3 West. Did I get that right?
You got it absolutely
Okay.
right, yep.
So now go to that chart that you had
next
up
one.
with the red ones, yeah. So puzzled, I kept scratching my head and finally decided to look on the pay stub at the amount of her percentage she was being paid. And it turns out that the Olympian 3635 has a pay for her that is exactly half of the pay that she gets off of Flaming Dragon 25 and 26. So my conclusion, without having anybody tell me yet that I am correct, is that,
He's correct.
well, that
No one important to tell him he's correct.
okay, but my conclusion is that 3536 is actually a fence line well or boundary well between the four sections, between 25 and 26 and between 36 and 35.
That's good.
And he's going to say that's correct. So here's my problem. My wife and most of the family members, well, my wife in particular, because she's in both family lines, has like 18 sections spread down through there that she gets pay on, and she's changed her name a few times, and we run into one problem 2 years ago where we discovered that her father still had an account that was being paid even though he had died in 1990. And so keeping track of what she's supposed to be paid in is my task, and so I spent considerable time looking at county records in the first place to find all the deeds. In that particular case, we had to go to court and get it allocated to all of the siblings, and so now that's been taken care of. But I'm still on the quest to make sure she gets paid properly, and I can't tell from the way the numbering system is currently being handled when a boundary payment is due her. Now, I found this one because they correctly found it and paid her as though it was drilled, but the drill title includes no information that I am aware of that tells me that it's a boundary between 3536 and 2526. So now we're going to get more complicated. We're going to go to three sections, so a boundary of, what, 3 miles?
That's right.
So what you end up with then is 6. And if they continue to do what they do, then have done on this one, there's no way for me to go into the state records and easily determine one of these, any of the boundary ones. And it turns out when I went through all of them that are listed in here, she's going to be entitled to payments on 18, I think you got 20 of them listed. It's either 20, she's going to get paid as a 1 section in 6 or sometimes a 2 section in 6 shareholder or mineral right holder on 18 of the 20 that are there. So my task is that once they're drilled and they're logged in, if Axia misses one because we still haven't got her fully identified perhaps, there's no way for me to get to it because when I go to the state records, I can't tell by the way the numbering system is that, for instance, if they had a 3 mile one down where this Olympian exists, it would, if they followed their current practice and they drilled it first into the Olympian side, it'd be 36, 35, 34. Then you would know that it was a well that was been drilled horizontally from the east to the west, but you couldn't distinguish it from all of the rest of them that are being drilled in the section. And my suggestion would be that, for instance, if they're doing that if they were drilling it between section 36, 35, 34 and 27, 26, 25, that whatever the entry one is, for instance, they might be drilling east to west, so let's just say the name would then be Olympian, because I'm going to take that example, 36. If they would then jump and make the last number instead of 34, if they would make it 27, which is in the 3-well quadrant section grouping north of it, which they're paying people for half of it, you would capture and make known to everybody that in fact it's a horizontal well that's going from east to west and it covers all 6 sections.
That's right. And when I talked to Mr. Cox before this, it sounds like it's essentially an XCL internal naming concern as to how to clarify.
Correct.
But
Can I chime in just for
please,
1 second? Kevin Anson, Mr. Cox, I know we've spoken before on the phone. We do have a naming convention on our wells, and we're obviously happy to answer those if, anytime you want to call XCL, and we can certainly help with that. We receive, 200, 300 calls a week, which we've got a group set up to answer every single call, and they are, by our policies to answer those within 3 to 5 days, which they do. In particular, what you're discussing here, and what we call, you refer to them as a fence line, we refer to them as section line wells, which are drilled within the 560-foot setbacks, so that we are not, so we are protecting, correlative rights, which in this instance we, obviously did because the minerals were there in 25 and 26. So we were happy to, get you guys another well drilled, although it is half, it is, still protecting those rights. So if you look at the well names in this particular case, the well name was the Olympian 60-3635-23. So if you look at that number, the last 2 numbers, which was 23, which would show that it's in section 2 south, 3 west. If you look at the next number, which is 3635, that shows that it is drilled in sections 35 and 36. And then the 60, which is the formation, which we have internally, which tells us whether it's Wasatch, Uland Butte, I don't know if that's public, but I'm sure some more smart folks out there probably figured out where those wells go. And then the 0, it's either a 0 or 9, which would indicate whether or not it's a section well or not. We are more than happy to send you that key to help, look at that at home, to keep you in good graces with your wife. But we're more than happy to send that to you. That way, when you get it, you're able to look at it. I can email it to you. I believe I do have your email address as well, and help kind of put some of those concerns to rest, just to ensure. I mean, we go through auditing every year, so we have to ensure that we pay all royalty owners correctly. We get title opinions on everything that we do. The last thing that I want to do is go to my boss, which is the CEO, and say, hey, we have mispaid royalties. It's one thing to say you've mispaid royalties on one well. It's another thing when you've done it wrong on 14 wells. So that's why it's important that we, have extra special attention to actually paying on those, pulling on those correctly. And as you know, we've spoken before, and I believe you've spoken with our team. We are very responsive, and we would obviously encourage you to call, and we can answer any question that you've ever have.
Mr. Cox, does that answer your question?
Well, not quite, because as someone who's looking at my wife's pay stub, I can read that, but see, my problem is I can't tell that well is paying on section 25, which is it's a boundary line well that's between them, but only the 2 wells in the south part of the payment from being correlated because the people in 25 and 26 are also supposed to be paid for that boundary line well, whatever the production is. And the number gets cut in half because there's four sections involved instead of just 2. Understand all of that. And I don't have a problem if it shows up on the pay stub because, yeah, then she's getting paid. But if I'm just doing my own investigative look, the number itself does not tell me that it's that there's also a correlative payment with it in section 25 and 26. And so all I'm doing is suggesting that if we're going to start going to 3-mile wells by people, not only these people, but who by the way, are fantastic, because I tried to keep track of what Axia was doing, and they taught me a lot, and now I watch XCL. They're drilling wells. They're not putting pumpers on them yet, I don't think, after 5 years. And some of the competitors' horizontal wells have already got pumpers on them. And so my opinion is XCL is a class act to have out in the basin, but we just got a numbering problem that my request would be that for everybody out there that you put in the orders that they have to have a numbering system so that the people can take a diagram chart of the sections, knowing where they're getting paid, and based on that numbering system, they can look at the name of the well and know that they're included or they're not included. And that would be a system so that you knew all 6 or all 4 of those wells on either side of the boundary are included in the name somehow of the order, so that people who are trying to cross-correlate can make sure they are getting paid and an administrative problem doesn't exist or a deed problem back at the county doesn't exist, and they can go correct their problem. So that's why I'm here today.
I appreciate your comments, and hopefully XCL will look into the naming issue. We don't really regulate the naming of the wells. Every company does it differently, and it's not in our purview to get involved in the naming of the wells. But I think certainly if you have issues, you need to work with XCL, and hopefully they will be responsive to your questions.
And I'll get Mr. Cox my contact information, and we'll be in touch on any future concerns. So
thank you.
And hey, and these guys have been terrific, working on disposal wells and traffic in the area, and what they're doing to extract the most oil possible out of the formations. We all love them.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Moon?
They are a big improvement over Axia, who was Butcher Butte. Everything was Butcher Butte, and the numbers made didn't match anything. So anyway, it's a big improvement. But for the division, when you get these, when you put them on the website, do you try to put them right on the section line so we can identify them? Do you go on the website, Mr. Cox, and look at the wells and see? Okay.
You're now going down to a level that the average person who is getting paid will never get to if you go to that. But if you look on the section basis, they're numbering. I haven't seen a numbering system for vertical wells or the horizontal wells that we have to deal with away from the boundary where you don't know where you are. But the boundary ones, if it's 2 feet into one side or 2 feet in the other, and so they pick those numbers, the person who's getting the royalty payment may not understand that they've been passed over with a clerical error or whatever it should happen to be. And I think the more complicated you get, you still got to have a simple name that helps people understand that their section is involved.
Right.
Because we've had that for years.
Those are good
and this one
suggestions.
doesn't do that.
And Oventive just puts the 4 sections in when they do a boundary well, and you might want to consider just doing that, putting the 4 sections in. But yeah, if you can put them on the line.
Yeah, this is Peter Pankey with the division. We use the survey that is given to us by the operator, and whatever they give us is what goes into the system. And if they don't give us anything, then it's just a straight line. Yeah, it's just a planned line.
Yeah.
And it goes solid. So give us your surveys, please, everyone that's listening to this. I know there's millions out there. But yeah, that's what we use. And typically it does. I've been looking at some with Andrew and Colton.
Yeah, because I've noticed some don't end up even close to the boundary line, and they are boundary line wells. So it'd be nice if they were indicated that way. So thank you.
Yeah.
Back to you, Mr. Mayo.
I think I'm still good as long as the board's comfortable with Mr. Cox's comments. Clearly they're internal, but they're taken seriously, and XCL and I will talk about those. We'll make sure they're working on that to continue communicating, and I'll make sure the lines of communication with Mr. Cox are open. But as far as the request goes, we're comfortable to submit.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Appreciate you coming and giving us your information. This is a fairly complicated discussion. We're going to deliberate, I think. It's 11:30 now. Maybe we can take, I don't know if lunch is here, probably till 12:30 for the board. I should go back to you. Do you have a summation before I?
I summed before Mr. Cox came up. I'm happy to submit on that basis.
That's fine.
One question, and the pause is great. Do you anticipate any possibility that witnesses will need to be here because they are on a 2:00 flight they'd like to try and make if possible? And
I think that would be fine.
So if they leave while you're...
Yeah.
Oh. And Mr. Sigler will be here because he's going to be geeking out over rocks the rest of the week. So he will be here still. The other 2 will be leaving. So.
Okay, well, let's see if the board can finish deliberations by noon.
Oh.
If everyone could just hold.
Happily.
And we'll try to be back at 12.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Get you guys to the airport. Okay, sounds good. We are off the record. We are back on the record. I believe we have a motion on this first item. Can I get a motion?
Yep. I would like to make a motion that we approve this request for agency action as requested.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Show that it's unanimous, but Selma Sierra is absent. All right, Mr. Mayo.
I'm happy to prepare the order, Madam Chair.
I don't even have to ask anymore.
Nope, I'm happy to. Thank you.
See if you can set this out very plainly in your order.
Wish me luck. We'll do our best. The division and I will work together to make sure it's as in.
Up your W's and your B's.
Yeah, and don't add any more acronyms.
You know, I made the mistake of calling them section line wells back in the day, and whoever board counsel was at the time, I can't remember who it was, wasn't a fan of that terminology. So I like the acronyms, we'll make do, but if the preference, we'll change them.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you being here. We have one more short item that I think we'll cover before lunch. It's item number 2. In the matter, docket number 2024-007, cause number 199-05. In the matter of request for agency action of Perchetti Energy Holdings, LLC, for an order requiring an accounting and payment of proceeds from ARB Energy Utah, LLC. In this matter, the board has received a joint statement on a continuance from ARB Energy and Perchetti Energy Holdings. Based on the representations put forth by the parties in this matter, I would entertain a motion for continuance.
I move that this matter be continued to the August 28th hearing and that the board counsel amend the subpoena.
All those in favor?
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Please show there were no opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're going to break for lunch. What do you think, half hour, 45 minutes?
Madam
Half
Chair,
hour.
Madam Chair, if I may, before I quickly interrupt, I'm new on this matter. I took over simply for the signing of the stipulation. It was my understanding that there was a conflict with scheduling with prior counsel, and that was part of the reason that I was brought in. This is being continued from here until August. Is that something the board prefers? Is that something that is unique?
I think it's a timing issue.
Okay.
You know, there isn't sufficient time to get all the data and analyzed. And then there's the August 31st, which it just makes sense to give enough time and perhaps resolve the matter.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify for the record. Thank you, Madam
Yeah.
Chair.
And we are off the record for lunch. We will reconvene at 12:30. Is that okay with everyone? Thank you. We are off the record. Welcome back. We are on the record. We're going to move on to the next agenda item on our calendar here. Docket number 2024-026, cause number 132-38. In the matter of the request for agency action of Ovintiv USA, Inc. for an order pooling interests, including the compulsory pooling of the interests of certain non-consenting owners in the number 1 Black Hair Ute 13-6, 3-4, -12-11-7H, and the Black Hair Ute 13-6, 3-4, -12-11-67H wells in the drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch Formation, comprised of sections 11 and 12. And 2, Black Hair Ute 13-6, 3-4, -12-11-18HLW, and Black Hair Ute 13-6, 3-4, -12-11-48HLW wells in the drilling unit boundary well drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch, comprised of sections 1, 2, 11, 12, Township 3 South, Range 4 West, USM, Duchesne County. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Madam Chair. Fred McDonald of Counsel with Lear & Lear on behalf of Petitioner Ovintiv USA, Inc.
Assistant
Division.
Attorney General Gary White on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today, appearing virtually pursuant to the Board's May 13th, 2024 Board authorization, are Mr. Ashley Ellison, who is the Senior Land Negotiator. Mr. Ellison, please wave. And Mr. Chris Wall, who's the Senior Reservoir Engineer. Chris, would you wave to the camera? Thank you. And at this time, I would ask that they be sworn in.
Can each of you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly, is Peter going to be raising, coming on
No,
camera?
Peter's not. He's
Okay.
in the next matter.
Do each of you solemnly swear that you will true and well and truly testify to this board to the best of your ability?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Members of the board, the resumes of both witnesses were collectively submitted as Exhibit 1 as supplemented. If separately asked, each would verify the contents of their resumes are true and correct. Both have been previously recognized as experts in petroleum land management and petroleum engineering, respectively, by the board on several occasions. Presuming the division has no objections, I ask that the board again recognize them as experts in those disciplines for purposes of this cause.
Division.
No objection.
Board. So accepted.
Thank you. I'd like to confirm also that the board received the supplement to Exhibit 32, which is simply the additional receipts that came in of the mailings, and we
Yes.
filed that on Monday.
They've been received.
All right, and finally, I will be moving forward mission of my exhibits as a whole at the conclusion of our presentation in chief.
Thank you.
Members of the board, this cause involves compulsory pooling of the drilling units established for Lower Green River Wasatch production, comprised of the entirety of sections 11 and 12 of Township 3 South, Range 4 West, and comprised of the entirety of sections 1, 2, 11, and 12 of the same township as relating to drilling unit boundary wells. All these are located in Duchesne County. These drilling units were established by the board's orders on February 26, 2019, in cause number 139-160, and entered on March 16, 2023, in cause number 130-17. True and correct copies of those two orders were collectively submitted as Exhibit 2 in this matter. In accordance with these orders, Ovintiv drilled what I refer to as the Black Hair 7H and 67H wells on the Section 11 and 12 drilling unit, both with the date of first production on February 1st, 2024, and the Black Hair 18H and 48H wells as drilling unit boundary wells on the 4-sectional drilling unit, both with the date of first production on February 2nd, 2024. As alleged in the request, and as will be established by Mr. Ellison's testimony today, several parties were sent the requisite notices of opportunity to participate in each of the 4 Black Hair wells, but they failed to properly respond within the 30-day time period set by regulation. As such, Ovintiv seeks to compulsory pool them in the Section 11 and 12 drilling unit and the 4-sectional drilling unit boundary well drilling unit, respectively, and to declare them as non-consenting owners in all 4 wells. Notices to 4 of the known unleased parties were sent via tract mail to their last known addresses, but were neither picked up by the party or were otherwise declared as undeliverable by the Postal Service. Furthermore, some of the fee leases were granted by parties claiming by, through, or under estates of certain deceased parties, as identified in the request for agency action, for whom no confirmatory Utah probate proceedings have been initiated, or if initiated, are incomplete as to proper distribution to the heirs or devotees. As such, there is the possibility of some unknown party claiming by, through, or under these estates who is unleased and not pooled. Consequently, as to those 4 known unleased parties and to such potential unknown heirs or successors, pursuant to the board order entered on April 15th, 2024, the requisite notices of opportunity to participate in the 4 wells were published in the Uinta Basin Standard for 2 consecutive weeks. No party has responded to those notices or otherwise tendered his or her share of the cost of the wells. Ovintiv therefore seeks to have these parties to be compulsory pooled and also declared as non-consenting owners. The proof of publication to the 4 known unleased parties and to these unknown heirs or successors was submitted as Replacement Exhibit 27. As to the non-consenting parties, Ovintiv seeks imposition of a 300% risk compensation award and the terms of a joint operating agreement, which terms have been previously deemed just and reasonable by the board and many other compulsory pooling hearings. During the recoupment period, the unleased non-consenting owners will be entitled to a 16.785953% cost-free royalty, representing the average weighted fee royalty in both drilling units calculated as of the date of the spud of each of the 4 of the Black Hair wells. Royalty under the tribal leases by statute is not included in that calculation. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code Annotated Section 40-6-6.5 and the implementing regulations found at R649-28A and R649-2-9A. A copy of the request for agency action was mailed certified mail to the known parties sought to be compulsory pooled and mailed regular mail to all other production interest owners in the respective drilling units at their last addresses disclosed by the relevant realty records, and to the Ute Tribe, the Ute Distribution Corporation, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the Bureau of Land Management, who serves as a technical advisor to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, due to the Indian mineral ownership in the drilling units. In addition to the published notice of opportunity to participate in the Uinta Basin Standard I previously mentioned, notice of the filing of the request for agency action of this hearing was also duly published in the Uinta Basin Standard on May 1st, 2024 in the Deseret News, on May 3rd, 2024 in the Salt Lake Tribune, I got that wrong. Published in the Uinta Basin Standard on May 1st, 2024 in the Deseret News on May 3rd, 2024 in the Salt Lake Tribune on May 5th, 2024. On May 8th, 2024, the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining filed a response expressing no opposition to the granting of the request for agency action. No other objections or responses to the request for agency action were timely filed. As a consequence, and since none of the alleged non-consenting parties filed a timely response to the request or have made an appearance here today, pursuant to Utah Administrative Code R641-104-150 and R641-108-400, we move to enter an order of default against them. And I'd ask that the board rule on that motion.
I don't need any. So moved.
Thank you. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Ellison. Mr. Ellison, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, sir. Ashley Ellison. I'm a senior land negotiator for Ovintiv. Our address is 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100, The Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
And you know how I have responsibility over these drilling units that are at issue today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for the record, would you please state the corporate and bonding status of Ovintiv?
Ovintiv is a Delaware corporation in good standing with its principal place of business for Rocky's operation in the Woodlands, Texas, is duly authorized to conduct business in Utah, is fully bonded with all appropriate federal and state agencies. It is the successor by name change to Newfield Production Company by merger of Oventive Production, Inc.
Mr. Ellison, I'm now going to show you what have been marked as Exhibits 3 through 6. Do you see those on the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, sir.
And were they prepared by Oventive personnel with your review?
Yes, sir.
Turning your attention to Exhibit 3, this is a two-page exhibit, starting with the first page labeled Exhibit 3A. Would you please explain to the board what this shows?
Sure. These are the drilling and spacing units, laydown units. They're located approximately 4 miles north of Highway 40, northeast of Duchesne City, and northwest of the Bridgeland town center.
And the first page shows the Section 11 and 12 drilling unit.
That is correct, sir.
And the second page shows the drilling unit, boundary well drilling unit with 4 sections, correct?
That's correct, the 2560.
Okay, thank you. Turning your attention now to Exhibit 4, would you please explain what this shows?
Yes. So this is a plat of the well locations of the oil and gas ownership in sections 11 and 12. It shows the general location of the 7H well and the 67H wells insofar as they traverse the north half and the north half, section 11 and 12. They're essentially stacked wells, so it's kind of hard to see on this, but they're right on top of each other, drilling through different formations. As outlined in the RRA pursuant to the 139-160 and 130-17 orders, the APDs were approved by the BLM in the division. The 7H well was spot on June 23rd. It's targeting the Utland Butte formation. It had first production of February 1st, 2024, and then the 67H well was spun on June 19th, targeting the Douglas Creek formation, and that well had a first production of February 1st, 2024. And as you can see there are 5 different oil and gas tracts. Only 2 are fee ownership, and the rest is tribal ownership.
And just again, as a reminder, the board by statute, the royalty under the Indian leases covering those tracts are not included in the calculation of the average weighted landowner's royalty. Now, turning your attention to Exhibit 5, would you please explain what this shows?
Sure. Exhibit 5 is a plat of the drilling unit boundary well, DUBW, locations and oil and gas ownership in tracts in sections 1 and 2 and 11 and 12. The location of the 18H and the 48H wells are within the drilling unit boundary well window. By nature are also stacked wells, kind of one on top of each other. And then as outlined in the RAA pursuant to the 130-17 orders, and the APDs were approved by the BLM in the division. The 18H well was spud on June 29th, 2023, and is targeting the Wasatch member. And the date of first production for that well was February 2nd, 2024. And the 40H well is targeting the Castle Peak formation, and the date of first production for that well is February 2nd, 2024.
Now turning your attention to what has been marked as Exhibit 6. This is a 2-page exhibit, starting with Exhibit 6A. The first page, would you please explain what this shows?
Yeah, this is the working interest kind of outline of sections 11 and 12. You can see by this that we're the majority, Oventive is the majority working interest owner. We're the only working interest owner, and the compulsory pooled interest is 1/10 of a percentage of the unit.
Okay, and on the second page, please explain what this shows.
Sure. This is the same, but for the jumbo unit, the 2560 in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. Oventive is the majority working interest owner in this case as well, and the compulsory pool interest is slightly half. It's not exactly half. The sections 1 and 2 are regular, so it's around half, I guess.
All right, what's
But
the
that's kind of-
status of, what steps has Oventive taken to pool the fee leases and communitize the tribal leases?
Yes, Definitive has recorded pooling declarations, pooling the fee leases in each DSU, and is the process of securing approval of communitization agreements, communitizing the tribal leases. So we're sending that off to be approved, the communitization agreement.
All right, now I'm going to refer you to what have been marked as Exhibits 7 through 26 and Replacement Exhibit 27. They're not on the PowerPoint, but do you have those all exhibits in front of you?
I do, sir.
And are they official business records of Oventive?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and for the board, Exhibits 7 through 23 are the various notice of opportunity to lease and/or participate sent for the Black Hair wells, along with proof of delivery. And Exhibits 24 through 26 were attached to the notice. Each of these notices reflects, with the reference attachment, reflect compliance with the regulatory requirements of R 649-1-1 and R 649-2-8A. Mr. Ellison, would you address the notices that were sent to parties but weren't received or weren't picked up by the parties?
Yes, sir. As outlined in the RA, the notice is sent to Charles Robert Aarons, Exhibit 7, Dana Renee Miller, Exhibit 8, John Michael West, Exhibit 13, and Tyler Rower, Exhibit 23, were either returned due to the party failing to pick up the mailing or returned as undeliverable.
Okay, would you outline for the record what is the gross working interest of the parties you're seeking to compulsory pool in each of the drilling units?
Sure. There are 17 parties, and everybody owns a very tiny interest. I'm happy to state their working interest if you would like.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea because we've got to get it on the record.
Okay. So Charles Robert Barron's his interest in sections 1 and 12 is 0.009796%.
Let me correct that. That's sections 11 and 12, correct?
Yes.
I believe you said section 1. Okay.
No worries. Sections 11 and 12 is 0.009796%. In the larger 2560-ish acre units for sections 1 and 2 and 11 and 12, he owns a 0.004945%. Moving on, Dana Renee Miller, 0.013563% in sections 11 and 12. Sections 1, 2, 11, and 12, she owns a 0.006847%. Darlene Sloan, 0.018084 in sections 1 and 12. 0.00930% ownership in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. Elizabeth Jonelle Mann, 0.006405 ownership in sections 1 and 12. She owns roughly half that, 0.003233 in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. James Edward Russell, 0.006405 ownership in sections 1 and 12. 0.003233% in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. John J. Ekstrom, 0.003662% in sections 11 and 12, and 0.001849% in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. John Michael West, 0.003255% ownership in sections 11 and 12, 0.001663% in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. Moving on, Kristen Barney, 0.003255% ownership in sections 1 and 11 and 12, I'm sorry, and 0.001663% in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. Kyle R. Ekstrom, 0.003662% in sections 1 and 12, and roughly half that, 0.001849% in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. Mary Wayne Mitchell, 0.0075535% in sections 11 and 12. 0.003804% of sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. Linda Diana Rosales, 0.006405% ownership in sections 11 and 12. 0.003233% in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. Linda Knox Cusimano owns a 0.013563% in sections 11 and 12. And 0.006847 in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. Lindsay Rourke, 0.004521% in sections 11 and 12. 0.002282 in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. Melvin Bodie owns 0.007573% in sections 11 and 12 of the DSU, and owns a 0.003804% in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12. Patrick West owns 0.003255% in sections 11 and 12. And in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12, he owns roughly half that, 0.001663%. Philip A. Jardis owns a 0.007535% in sections 11 and 12, and owns a 0.003804% in sections 1, 2, 11, and 12 of the DSU. And then lastly, Tyle Rourke owns 0.004521% of sections 11 and 12. Roughly half that, 0.002282% of sections 1, 2, 11, and 12.
Thank you. Okay, now turning your attention to Exhibit 24, would you please explain what that shows?
Sure, these are the survey plats of the 4 Black Hair DSUs sent with each notice.
And turning your attention then to Exhibit 25, what was that?
Yes, sir. These were the AFEs sent with each notice. Mr. Wall will testify as to the actual cost invoices and incurred through March 31st of this year for the respective wells.
All right, as I mentioned previously, there were several lessors that claimed title on these lands through one or more of the estates. Rather than having you list all those parties out, I would ask that the board take notice of the decedents that are identified in the request for agency action. Can you explain the status of of why those estates, or what the situation was with uncertainty over title?
Yeah, there's a lot of these. There's no probate, so the estates have been initiated or filed and are incomplete. And there's been no proper distribution made to the heirs or devisees. Although based on heirship affidavits and other inquiries and research done by Ovintiv's lease broker, Lone Wolf, and except for the specific parties previously identified to be compulsory pooled and declared as non-consenting owners, Ovintiv believes that it or the other voluntary pooled working interest owners have leased all of their successors without an order from a Utah court confirming their succession. Possibility does exist that unknown successors may successfully establish succession. Such owners would be unleased, and therefore Ovintiv seeks to compulsory pool this interest.
Okay, I would refer the board now to Replacement Exhibit 27. This is the proof of publication that was supplied by the Uinta Basin Standard of the notices of opportunity to participate to Charles Behrens, Dana Renee Miller, John Michael West, Tyler Rourke, as well as to these unknown heirs or devisees of those decedents. Mr. Ellison, did Ovintiv receive any responses to those published notices?
We did not.
Okay, now I'll turn your attention to Exhibit 26, which is also was filed as Exhibit A to the request for agency action. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Is that also an official business record of Ovintiv?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you please explain what it is and the significant provisions contained therein?
Sure. This is a form unit utilized is a standard industry form supplied by the American Association of Petroleum Landman. This is the 1989 version with modifications to address horizontal wells. It's materially the same JOA sent with all the mailed notices previously outlined. Terms and conditions contained therein, including the modifications made, are consistent with and commonly found in more recently developed horizontal the horizontal well drilling units. Ovintiv has prepared identical terms for other drilling units it has operated and has agreed to such terms in other drilling units in which it is a non-operator, including drilling units operated by Uinta Wax, Javelin, and other major Uinta Basin operators. Page 7 of the JOA includes the non-consent penalty, which is the same penalty that we're asking for today, 100 and 300%. Exhibit C of the JOA, the COPUS accounting procedures. Again, this is standard industry form, almost universally utilized, similar to other JOAs in the Uinta Basin. Page C3, Article 3B sets the interest rate at the prime rate as published in the Wall Street Journal plus 3%. This fair compensation encouraged timely payment of chargeable costs and expenses. Page C9 outlines the overhead charges, also standard.
Okay, is it your expert opinion? Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think what you're getting there, the terms and conditions of the proposed joint operating agreement are fair and reasonable and consistent with those accepted by other working interest owners in these DSUs, with other commonly accepted by industry, and in particular, the Uinta Basin with respect to horizontal well operations.
And that's your expert opinion as a petroleum land management expert, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit 28, this does appear on the PowerPoint. Was this prepared by Ovintiv personnel with your review?
Yes, sir.
And what does it show?
Sure. This spreadsheet reflects the calculation of the average weighted fee landowner royalty for the drilling units as of the date of spud for each of the black hair wells. The average weighted fee royalty is 16.785953. And it does not include the tribal royalty statute. The 16%, we do have this question occasionally. It is lower than some simply because the larger leases are older and have a 1/6 royalty rate. And then these are the same average weighted fee royalty for both DSUs since the remaining acreage is all tribal in the northern DSU.
All right.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Fred.
I was going to say you mentioned before the spud dates of the 4 wells were all in June of 2023. There wasn't any changes in the average weighted royalty between those, the first spud or the last spud, correct?
Yes, that is correct, sir.
All right, and just for the record, would you confirm all of the other land allegations made in the request for agent action?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to look at the certificate of service. This was a pleading prepared by my firm and already on file in this cause. Do you have a copy of that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and who are the persons shown on that, and how were the addresses determined?
Sure. The persons shown are all of the production interest owners within the DSUs. Addresses derived from title opinions effective as of January 9th, 2023, as updated by a search of the county records by Lone Wolf, our broker, and Ovintiv's internal records, also the tribe, UDC, and federal agencies.
All right, referring to the board to Exhibit 32 as supplemented, those are the true and correct copies of the certified mailing receipts received by my office, confirming receipt of a copy of the request by agency action by the parties sought to be compulsory pooled, or is returned as unclaimed or undeliverable, or if neither, the USPS inquiry status of the mailing. With that, Madam Chair, that concludes my examination of Mr. Ellison.
No questions for this witness. Thank you.
Board, do you have any questions? Please just proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Wall. Mr. Ellison, thank you. Mr. Wall, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, name is Christopher Wall, 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100, The Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
And what is your current position with Ovintiv?
I am a reservoir engineering advisor with working knowledge of this well and this development and others in the Uinta Basin for Ovintiv.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to what has been marked as Exhibit 29. This is a 2-page exhibit. Starting with the first page, would you please explain what this shows?
Sure. This is an exhibit of the Black Hair 48 and the Black Hair 18, which has all of the costs, the drilling, completion, artificial lift, and facility costs for both of these wells, plus the operating expenses through March 31st of 2024.
And the second page?
Excuse me, the second page, I think I misspoke. I got the wells backwards. But it's the other two wells in question, which is the Black Hair 67 and the 7H. And again, this is the drilling completion facilities and artificial lift costs plus the operating costs through March 31st of 2024.
All right. Is it your expert opinion that these costs were fair, reasonable, and necessary, and that the wells were deemed economically feasible, as that term is used in the applicable board spacing orders?
Yes.
All right. Would you please outline for the board what is the estimated plugging and abandonment cost for each of these wells?
Yes, P&A costs are $75,000 per well, which is consistent with the Uinta Basin P&A costs charged to and by Ovintiv.
And that's based on 100% working ownership?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, now I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibits 30 and 31. Were these prepared by you or Ovintiv personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
All right, turning your attention to Exhibit 30, would you please explain to the board what this shows?
Exhibit 30 is the plat of nearby existing horizontal well development at the time the Black Hair wells were spud.
All right, and the different colors, I believe, reflect that two of the Black Hair wells are in a formation that really hadn't been developed. Is that correct?
There is one well, it's the orange well, that was drilled in a formation we typically do not target. So this is a test formation for us.
Okay. Turning your attention now to Exhibit 31, please explain to the board the various risks that were assumed pre-drilling and then any risks that you encountered while drilling.
Yes. So starting with geologic risk, with this area, there's some geosteering challenges due to horizontal and vertical wellbore crossings. We crossed two in this particular case. This particular DSU also has some faults and fracture zones, which lead to uncertainty in geosteering interpretations, possible hull stability issues, and possible drilling fluid loss zones. Also variable stratigraphy, particularly the presence of high clay intervals and other structurally weak zones lead to possible hull stability issues. On the drilling and operational side, Uteland Butte wells have this high clay intervals, which does have the potential to collapse and stick drill pipe and casing. Some recent examples of this happening is the collapsed casing in the Black Hair 7H and also the Bruce 42H, which we're not discussing today. But also we've had cementing challenges, which has led to a loss of lateral footage, and that happened in the Tomlin 46H back in 23. We've also sheared bottom hole assemblies while attempting to steer in laterals. Namely, the Abbott 46H is a good example in 2022. And also sometimes we have capital cost expectations due to the lack of well control, and shallow hazards with artesian water flows also cause issues from time to time. On the commercial side, future oil price uncertainty is always a challenge, and then also future refinery and rail car availability limits our access to be able to sell the products. In actual occurred risk, the Black Hair 7H suffered a casing failure after completion, which resulted in a shorter than expected producing lateral.
All right, based on those risks and Exhibits 30 and 31, is it your expert opinion that a 300% risk assessment award is therefore justified?
Yes.
And would you confirm for the record all the other engineering-related allegations of the request for agency action?
Yes.
Madam Chair, that concludes my examination of Mr. Wall.
Thank you. Division?
Yeah, Peter Pankey with the division. Mr. Wall, I had a question about the Black Hair 7H. It says that you obviously had some trouble after completion in that well. I'm just wondering how much of the wellbore collapsed and how much of that wellbore is currently producing.
So total lateral contribution, hard to really know. However, the casing collapsed approximately 3,000 feet from the heel of the well. So we have roughly 3,000 feet of producing lateral. Although we were able to complete the entire length of the lateral, so it's possible that we're getting contribution beyond that point where the casing has collapsed. We just really can't confirm.
Perfect. Thank you.
No additional questions. Thank you.
Board, do you have questions? Mr. Church?
So, Mr. Wall, could you refresh my memory on these stacked lateral wells? They're separate wells. Are they drilled out of the same vertical well bore?
No, sir. They all have, each individual well has its own vertical well.
So when you assign $75,000 plugging and abanding, if they're all using the same well pad, do you just, the recovery of the surface facilities are just split up amongst all the different 4 wells then?
That would be correct, yes. It is $75,000 per well. Then any surface equipment would be allocated across the number of wells on the pad.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Mr. Moon?
Yeah, just curious about the casing collapse. So when you drill the well, you just drill a borehole and then you put the casing down. I can picture the borehole collapsing, but after you put the casing in, it actually collapsed the casing?
Yes, sir, it did.
Wow. That's a lot of...
Hopefully we don't, there's a lot of forces down there. This is one of 2 occurrences where we've had failures within the lateral. And so we've been doing a lot of work lately to figure out why that's happening. And then trying to figure out a solution to keep that from happening in the future. But it's a clear example of risks that we have in our business.
Any other board questions? Back to you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes our presentation in chief. At this time, I would move for admission of Exhibits 1 through 26, Replacement Exhibit 27, and Exhibits 28 through 32 as supplemented inclusive.
So accepted.
No objections?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine. No objection.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I'll defer to the division's comments and then do a summary after that.
Division.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the materials submitted in the presentation today, the division has no objection to granting the request.
That's fine.
I don't think your mic is on, Madam Chair.
Back to Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we thank the board and the IT people for allowing the virtual participation of the witnesses. Again, you've heard enough of these many times. All the statutory and regulatory requirements for the request to be approved have been satisfied, and we ask that the board do so as conformed to the testimony and evidence submitted today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board, are we ready to vote? Do we need to deliberate? Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the request for agency action.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be happy to prepare the order with the division and board council's input.
Thank you. All righty, we are going to move on to item number 4. Docket number 2024-027, cause number 472-02. In the matter of the request for agency action of Ovintiv USA, Inc. for an order partially vacating the order entered in cause number 266-03, and instead pooling interests, including the compulsory pooling of interests of certain non-consenting owners in the tribal UT 14-8, 4-1-18-19-1 HR well in the drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch formations, comprised of sections 18 and 19, 4 South, 1 East, USM, Uinta County. Mr. Mayo, welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that.
Please proceed.
Yes, if I may take 1 minute just to set up my computer before
Sure.
I jump into it. Sorry about that.
Who's online? Who are those people? Peter Begley.
All right, Madam Chair, I believe I'm ready whenever the board is.
Please proceed.
Thank you. It is, but I'm talking the wrong direction. Thank you, members of the board. I appreciate your time and attention here today. As was mentioned, Mitch Mayo of Lear & Lear, PLLC, on behalf of the petitioner, Ovintiv USA, Inc. With me today, appearing remotely by order of the board, are Peter Burns, land advisor on the left, and Mr. Chris Wall, who you just heard from in the prior cause, senior reservoir engineer. If we could please have these witnesses sworn in at this time.
Can I have you raise your hand, please? Do you each, I'm sorry, this oath is a little different than I'm used to. Do each of you solemnly swear and or affirm that the testimony you'll give before this board will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
I do.
Perfect. Thank you for that. The resumes of Mr. Burns and Mr. Wall have both been submitted as part of Petitioner's Exhibit A in this cause. If asked, they would confirm the truth and accuracy of those exhibits. However, both have been recognized by experts as experts in their respective fields by this board numerous times, most recently in Cause 13237. And based on that and with presumed stipulation from Division Counsel, I'd like to move that they both be recognized as experts in this cause as well.
Division?
No objection. Thank you.
Board? So recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, standard practice, just to confirm with everyone, we'll be moving for admission of exhibits at the end of the case in chief. To summarize, this cause requests the compulsory pooling of a standard 1280-acre drilling unit, comprising sections 18 and 19, Township 4 South, Range 1 East, in Uinta County. That may be referred to as the subject unit. This unit was established by board order, entered on October 6, 2020 in Cause 600-02, which was subsequently modified to reduce setbacks in Cause 600-03. A true and correct copy of both of these orders were submitted as part of Petitioner's Exhibit B. Pertinent to this hearing, the 600-02 order expressly authorized the drilling and completion and production from long lateral horizontal wells such as the well here at issue today. However, prior to entry of the 600-02 order, The board entered Order 266-03, in which it established 40-acre drilling units comprised of the south half of subject section 19. And by supplemental order in that same cause, compulsory pooled the interest of unleased and uncommitted mineral owners in that unit, including the heirs of C. Geraldine Daniels, George E. Sanders, Robert Morris, Samuel Morris, and the heirs of Karen McMillan. Notably, the board opposed 100% or a 300% risk compensation award in that matter upon those owners during the recoupment period. As I'll explain further, any recoupment, if any, is being waived as part of this proceeding. Pursuant to that 266-03 order establishing the 40-acre drilling units, Newfield drilled, and Ovintiv now operates several vertical or directionally drilled wells on the south half of Section 19, what I'll refer to possibly as the 266-03 wells, and several additional wells in the north half of Section 19. Together, all of these are the existing wells on the subject lands. Ovintiv believes and therefore alleges that payout under the 266-03 wells has been reached with respect to those wells. Under the 266-03 order has been reached with respect to those wells. To the extent it has not, it is waived going forward as part of their spacing regimen. Subsequently, the board entered the 602 order and authorized this drill. The 602 order provides a couple things that are key. One is the unit, the 1280 unit, is established the date of first production of this well, and any existing wells convert to payable on that drilling unit basis as of the first day of the month following that date of first production. Notably, this is one of those situations that was kind of addressed in the last hearing where best intentions go wrong. This well was initially planned to be the Ute Tribal 1H well, and it was drilled, and there were complications, and Ovintiv was forced to abandon that and drill this well, which is the Ute Tribal UT 14-8, 4-1-18-19-1HR well, and the R for redrill. Based on the board's orders, allocation of production as mentioned from the subject well, the Ute Tribal well we're here today, is on the drilling unit basis as of January 14th, 2022, the date of first production. All the existing wells are payable on the drilling unit basis, the 1280 basis, as of February 1st, 2022. As noted prior, there's no further recoupment, and to the extent any exists, it's being waived here in this cause. Consequently, the 266-03 order, at least as into that part that compulsory pooled these parties into those 40-acre units, should be vacated based on this hearing here today. I'd like to note a couple clarifications. As happens often in these poolings, folks reach out during the pendency and change their status. There were 4 such owners who reached out to Ovintiv during this hearing process and have agreed to lease their interest to Ovintiv. Those parties are Michael F.D. Massey, Sherwin B. Massey, Raylan Schaefer, and Lenore K. Whiting. In addition, there were 2 estates named that have both been now conclusively evidenced to Ovintiv that they no longer qualify to be compulsory pooled and are hereby being removed. That's the estate of George E. Sanders Sr., because the parties received, or Ovintiv received, order determining heirs that satisfies their concerns. In addition, the estate of Denise Taima, we were notified of probate that is pending. However, based on leasing and another look and in discussions, that interest is considered fully leased and committed to this as well, pending that probate. I'd like to reiterate that as in all these causes, each of the owners received notice of the REA at their last known address of record, where an address was available, and none have objected or appeared here today. Those who did reach out have been accommodated. On May 13th, 2024, proof of these mailings was filed separately in this cause as Petitioner's Exhibit 43. In addition, notice was published pursuant to order of this board to any unknown and unlocatable folks, including potential heirs or devisees of the estates being pooled, and proof of that publication was filed as Petitioner's Exhibit 42 in this cause. Aside from the 4 named parties that have now leased, no party has responded to the notice of publication, to the mailing sent out, or otherwise objected or had concerns or expressed an interest in participating or leasing. Excuse me. As to the non-consenting parties, Ovintiv seeks the following: imposition of the 300% risk compensation award, which we believe is more than justified in this cause, imposition of the terms of the JOA that are materially the same as those that you see on a regular basis and have adopted in many units, and during the recoupment period, assigning to the unleased, uncommitted owners who are pooled here today a 14.32106.762% cost-free acreage-rated royalty. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to 40-6-6.5 and the implementing regulations. In addition to the published notice of opportunity to participate in the Vernal Express that I mentioned, notice of the filing of this REA and this hearing was also duly published by the board in the Uinta Basin Standard on May 1st, Deseret News on May 3rd, and Salt Lake Tribune on May 5th of this year. The division filed a response in this cause expressing no opposition to the granting of the request for agency action pending this presentation today. As mentioned, no other objections or responses were timely filed. And with that, I'll begin with my witness, Mr. Peter Burns. Peter, can you raise your hand and can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Peter Burns, and Ovintiv's address is 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100 in the Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
Okay, and what is your current position, job title, and responsibilities with Ovintiv?
Sure, I'm a land advisor with responsibility over this drilling unit, among others.
Okay, and in that role, I'm assuming you would exercise a supervisory role over any land records associated?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please quickly provide the corporate and bonding status for Ovintiv?
Sure. Ovintiv is a Delaware corporation in good standing with its principal place of business for Rockies operations in the Woodlands, Texas. It is duly authorized to conduct business in Utah and is fully bonded with all appropriate federal and state agencies. It is the successor by name change to Newfield Production Company and by merger of Ovintiv Production, Inc.
Okay. Now, I'd like to refer you to, because there's so many of them, I won't bother flipping through them, but I'd like to refer you to the petitioner's exhibits that have been filed in this cause. Are you generally familiar with those?
Yes.
Okay. Now, specifically, exhibits 3 through 38. Have you reviewed those exhibits, and are you familiar with those exhibits?
Yes, I am.
And were they prepared by you or someone in your offices under your direction or supervision?
Yes.
Okay. Starting off quickly, Exhibit 3. Help the board understand where this unit is located in the general area of the basin.
Yeah, so Exhibit 3 is kind of our standard regional locator map showing the 2-section DSU outlined in red. This is Township 4 South, Range 1 East, Sections 18 and 19. So this is kind of on the southeastern portion of Ovintiv's acreage position, but this is, several miles southeast of Mighton, south of Ballard and Roosevelt.
Okay, thank you for that. Exhibits 4 and 5 we'll probably talk to a little bit together because they're fairly interrelated. Can you talk to the mineral ownership breakdown in this unit?
Sure. So Exhibits 4 and 5 are plats of the mineral tracts and the mineral ownership within this DSU. Exhibit 4 specifically, this DSU is divided into 4 different tracts. The drilling unit is comprised of 1,305.27 gross acres. As shown, Tract 1 is tribally owned, and the remainder is all fee ownership.
Okay, and just to clarify, I think you may have misspoken. I think it's 1,305.57 acres for what it's worth, although there may have been some. I think you said 0.27, to the extent that matters.
Okay, sorry. Yes, 0.57.
No, you're good. Thank you. Exhibit. And Exhibit 5, will you talk about the tribal ownership?
Yeah, so this is just a clear picture of the mineral ownership within the DSU. Section 18 is entirely owned by the Ute tribe. Section 19 is all fee minerals.
Okay. Exhibit 6. Can you talk about the tracks in this drilling unit?
Yeah, so Exhibit 6 is just a description of the 4 different tracks within the unit and their legal description.
And so does that match with this plat of those 4 tracks then? Is that just the legal descriptions that go with these 4 tracks?
Correct. Yeah, Exhibit 6 is just the verbal, I guess, or written out version of the plat as shown there in Exhibit 4.
Okay, perfect. And as we kind of quibbled about there, these are irregular sections, and the BLM plat kind of shows that. Can you demonstrate what's going on here for the board?
Sure. This is just a snapshot of the BLM master title plat for the subject sections. Sections 18 and 19, this is on the township boundary line. So the entire west half are all lots. They're not exactly 40 acres. That's why we have a larger than 1,280 acre unit here.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And Exhibit 8, pretty self-explanatory, but can you talk about this and clarify anything that they need to know about this?
Sure. So Exhibit 8 shows the working interest summary for this DSU. Oventive has a large working interest here, nearly 99% working interest. We are the majority, obviously. We do operate the subject well. As Mr. Mayo mentioned, there were a couple of owners who reached out to us after the filing of this RAA, and we were able to work out a lease with them. So the compulsory pooled interest that is shown here on the exhibit does need to be updated. So taking into account the 4 owners who did lease very recently, the compulsory pooled interest comes out to 0.00403,547%. And we can submit an updated exhibit for the board after this hearing that reflects the correct and final compulsory pooled interest amount.
Thank you for that, Mr. Burns. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, additionally, for the non-operated working interest under the JOA, those additional lessees are 4X Resources LLC, Snowbird Acquisition LLC, Otter Creek LLC, and Finley Resources, Inc.
Perfect, thank you. And can you just confirm, I think you may have said this, but are you planning or will you commit to filing an updated Exhibit 8 to clarify that new leasing after the hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can submit a corrected exhibit.
Okay, thank you. What I'd like to do next is a little different. We've got, as you can see in this Exhibit 8, the parties to be pooled were at the time of filing less than 0.5%, and they are now less than that. But given there are 35 of them, to save from the repetition that you probably experienced in the prior hearing, what I'd like to ask the board is if the board would take notice of the exhibits submitted that contain the election letters to avoid the recitation of percentage ownership with name that really is just about getting those exhibits on the record, but they are already.
That will be accepted.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify for the board, those are exhibits 9 through 34 that were submitted in this cause, and those are the election letters that were mailed out to each of the parties. Mr. Burns, can you confirm just that exhibits 9 through 34 are what I said? They are the election letters that were part of the notice of opportunity to participate sent out to each of the parties?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and can you confirm that those were mailed out to the parties at their last known address of record and that you didn't receive a response from them within the 30 days?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to skip ahead then to what is on file as Exhibit 35, but for some reason, oh, there it is. It's really small. Exhibit 35. This is also part of that election packet that went out. Can you tell the board what this is and confirm that it did indeed go out with the election packets?
Sure. This is the plat map of the Ute Tribal 1HR well that was included with the JOA and with the notice of opportunity to participate. This just shows, depicts and provides details regarding the drilling and location of the subject well, the Ute Tribal 1HR.
Okay. And Exhibit 36. A couple pages here. Can you talk about what this is? It's clearly labeled an AFE, or authorization for expenditure. What is this, and what does it show about the costs for this well?
Yeah, so Exhibit 36 is the AFE that was sent to all the parties, with all the notice of opportunity to participate. This was included and includes the estimated costs for the Ute Tribal 1HR well.
Okay. And these were the estimated costs at the time of drilling. Mr. Wall will talk about actual costs to date if they're available. But these are the estimated costs when you sent out the election letters.
Yes.
Okay. Turning to the next exhibit, what's been filed as Exhibit 37. The board's clearly aware of what this is. Can you hit on, just for the record, a few of the key components of this that we need?
Sure. This is the kind of a standard JOA. This was attached to the RAA's Exhibit 1, in which will govern operations as between Oventive as the operator and the non-consenting compulsory pooled parties, which includes those estates to be pooled. Again, this is a standard industry form supplied by the American Association of Professional Landmen. This particular form is Form 610, the 1989 version that has been modified to address horizontal wells. Terms and conditions contained herein are consistent with other JOAs executed by other working interest owners in this particular drilling unit and are commonly found in more recently developed horizontal well drilling units. Oventive has prepared identical terms for other units it has operated and has agreed to such terms in other drilling units in which we are a non-operator, including those units operated by Uinta Wax, Javelin, and other major Uinta Basin operators.
I appreciate that. Now let's just hit on another couple. There's on page 7 of the JOA, there's a key provision that I'd like you to draw the attention of the board to.
Page 7 contains the non-consent penalty language. In this particular JOA and others like it within our operated footprint, we have a 100%, 300% non-consent penalty. This is the same as contained in the JOAs signed by other working interest owners in this drilling unit.
Okay. And turning to the COPUS, if we could, what is this and how does it impact the hearing here?
This is the COPUS accounting procedure exhibit within the JOA. Again, this is a standard industry form, almost universally utilized, similar to other JOAs or other COPUS documents within JOAs in the Uinta Basin. In particular, on page C3, Article 3B sets the interest rate at the prime rate published in the Wall Street Journal plus 3%, which has been deemed as fair compensation and to encourage timely payment of chargeable costs and expenses. And then lastly, on page C9, this outlines the overhead charges, and this particular JOA has a $10,000, $1,000 drilling versus and producing rate.
Okay. And that's for overhead charges, right? Standard?
Yes, sorry, overhead rate.
No, you're good. Thank you. Mr. Burns, thank you for that. And, based on the exhibits you've looked at here today with us, exhibits, I guess, 3 through 37, I should say, and based on your expert opinion, do you believe that pooling the parties here today, the terms and conditions of the JOA in particular, are fair and reasonable and consistent?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I don't. The last question or the last exhibit I'd like to ask you about, Mr. Burns, is Exhibit 38, the acreage weighted royalty calculation. Can you walk the board through this and tell them what acreage weighted royalty will be applied in this matter?
Yeah, so Exhibit 38 is the weighted average royalty calculation for the Ute Tribal 1HR DSU This reflects the calculation of the royalty for sections 18 and 19 as of the date of spud of the subject well, which was November 11th, 2021. This calculation comes out to 14.32106762%. This does include royalty provided in lease forms attached as an exhibit to JOA signed by unleased working interest owners within the drilling unit. I guess as was mentioned in the prior hearing, this is a little bit lower of an average royalty than we typically see. It's hard to see on the exhibit there, but there's just under 600 acres worth of leases that went into this calculation, and 2/3 of that, so 400 acres, those leases are all at 1/8 royalty. So these leases are all much older vintage. So that's what brought down this average to be in the 14% ballpark.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Can you confirm a couple of things for me? No tribal acreage was included in this calculation, and no state acreage, no federal acreage.
Correct. Yeah, we strip out any tribal, federal, or state leases from the calculation.
Okay, and as you said, it was calculated as of the date of spud of this well.
Correct.
And one last question about this acreage-rated royalty: were the lease royalties, if any, under the JOAs executed prior to spud? Were those also included?
Yes, they were.
Okay, thank you. For at this point, I have no further questions for Mr. Burns.
Division?
The division has no questions. Thank you.
Board? Mr. Church?
Yes, Mr. Burns, in light of these irregular boundaries to this township, what would be your opinion of how Section 30 might ever have the reserves developed in that section just south of this DSU?
Let's see.
Do you have an opinion on how that might be done?
I suspect that when we come back to drill future wells in this DSU, we would space that, half section into this unit so that it would include that and be a, 2.5 section DSU.
Good. I just wanted to see what your thought was, since this original well was drilled a few years ago, and we're now seeing that the 3-mile limit is maybe more economic to drill here. So thank you for that opinion.
Sure.
Board, do you have any other questions? Back to you, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you for that. I am ready for my next witness. Mr. Burns, stick around, but you're done for now. Just leave the camera on, and if someone has a question, we'll holler at you.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Wall, can you please state your name and spell your last name if you could, and then state your business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Christopher Wall. That's W-O-L-L. Business address is 4 Waterway Square Place Drive, Suite 100, The Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
Okay. And what is your current position and responsibilities, at least as they relate to today's hearing with Ovintiv?
Yes, I'm a reservoir engineering advisor with knowledge of this well, as well as others in the Uinta Basin for Ovintiv.
I apologize. I called you a wrong title earlier. Reservoir Engineering Advisor.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to remind everyone, Mr. Wall has been qualified and will be testifying as an expert here today. Mr. Wall, I'm going to show you what's been filed as Exhibits 39, 40, 41 in this cause. Do you recognize those 3 exhibits?
I do, yes.
And were they prepared by you or someone under your direction or supervision?
Yes.
Okay. Start with 39. Mr. Burns testified about the AFE costs. Can you walk through these actual costs and how they compared, at least in your opinion, to the AFE costs?
Sure. So this exhibit depicts the actual costs incurred drilling, completing, and the operating costs for the subject well through March 31st of 2024. It also includes the cost for the original well, the Ute Tribal 14-8 4-1-18-19-1H, which was plugged and abandoned due to technical issues while we were drilling. And I do think that these costs are fair and reasonable with respects to the AFE amounts.
And necessarily incurred, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, you didn't plan for the 1H well to fail. Kind of a little off topic here, but how common, how unusual is this, and how does it impact the economics of a planned well, in your opinion?
It's not terribly common that we encounter issues in the vertical. Yet we do encounter different issues almost every single time with these verticals. And in a slide that's coming up, or an exhibit that we're coming up, I'll discuss exactly what happened with this particular well.
Okay.
You know, we like to avoid these hiccups when they happen, and when they happen, they cause some additional costs. In this particular case, you can see here that the drilling and then subsequent P&A of the 1H costs a little over $2 million. So, and you can see that it costs us about $2 million just to drill the vertical and lateral of a well. So this is like drilling in a whole additional well, and then not being able to turn it into revenue for us.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know we in lots of these hearings, we've had discussions about, the drilling almost down to a science. And I didn't know if there was any kind of color you wanted to add about mistakes happen still. But moving on to Exhibit 40, if we can, and maybe this will give you a chance to kind of keep talking about this. Can you walk the board through the well control in this area and kind of what experiences you guys have out there and how that impacts this development?
Yes. So in this particular exhibit, you're seeing all the wells that existed when these wells were spud. So as of today, we have a lot more wells in the basin, so we understand what we might encounter as we drill. In this particular case, we did not. Coming back to this area, obviously we have this example to understand what we might be able to encounter in the surface hole. So I would say that when we drill this well, with what we encountered, we did learn from it and applied it to future wells in the area, and we're able to avoid the same mistake.
Okay, perfect. Exhibit 41. Obviously, there was some risk in this development. Can you talk a little more about that?
Sure. So on the geology side, we definitely had some geosteering challenges due to the lack of well control. On the drilling and operational side, we have capital cost expectation due to the lack of well control. We have shallow hazards with artesian water flows, and the Uteland Butte in particular has some high clay intervals, which causes us to collapse our stick drill pipe and casing. And some recent examples of some of this would be the collapsed casing during completions activity, the Black Hair 7H and the Bruce 42H. And we also have cementing challenges on the Tomlin 46H, which led to a loss of lateral. And then we've sheared the bottom hole assembly on a number of occasions, but a good example is the Abbott 46H in 2022. So just to highlight some recent examples of operations not going as smoothly as we'd like.
Okay.
Commercial challenges, future oil price uncertainty is definitely a risk to our business. And then also being able to place the product into markets with the refinery and rail car availability sometimes limited.
Okay.
In this particular well, causing the redrill, we actually encountered gilsonite veins. We got stuck, and which resulted in multiple days of fishing operations before ending up completely abandoning this vertical section and having to redrill an entirely new vertical section and lateral.
Okay. That's really helpful. Thank you. One thing I wanted to hit on, to go back to cost before I wrap up with you, we didn't mention P&A costs. They're not on your AFEs. I didn't necessarily see them on actuals, obviously, because they haven't been incurred yet. Can you talk about the P&A cost you anticipate for this order and based on what % ownership?
Sure. $75,000 per well is our P&A cost, which is consistent in the Uinta Basin charged to Ovintiv. And that's based on 100% working interest ownership.
Okay. I appreciate that. Mr. Wall, before I conclude with you, I'd just like to ask you, kind of the same conclusion testimony question. Based on your exhibits 39, 40, and 41, and the full testimony you heard here today, do you believe that the costs incurred in drilling this well were reasonable, necessarily incurred, and justified?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate that. With that, I'm done with Mr. Wall, pending any questions from the board or division.
Division, do you have questions?
No questions, thank you.
Board? Mr. Galecki?
Everybody's smiling. I'm just curious, at what depth and what formation did you hit the gilsonite?
That's a good question, and I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that.
Would you be willing to commit to providing it to Mr. Galecki after the hearing if you can track it down?
Yes, that's not a problem.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, back to you, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you. I believe it's probably appropriate time for me to move for admission of exhibits 1 through 43 inclusive. As mentioned, there were 4 parties who've leased, but I see no reason to exclude their election letters from admission.
Any objections?
No objections, thank you.
Board? So admitted.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Board, quick sum up. We believe all the regulatory requirements have been met and that this well is set up to be pooled. All parties received timely and effective notice. They also received timely and effective notices of opportunity to participate. None responded to the notice of opportunity to participate, and none have appeared here today to object or otherwise tender their costs or make an election here today. On that basis alone, I'd submit and ask the board to approve the request as presented. Thank you for your time and attention.
Board? I'm sorry, division.
I knew what you meant.
Good, I was looking at you.
The division has no objections to the granting of this request.
Board, are there questions? No questions? Back to you, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you. I would simply submit and ask it to be approved as pleaded and presented here.
Mr. Galecki, do we need to deliberate, or are we ready to?
I'll make a motion unless we
Okay.
want to deliberate.
Go ahead.
I'll make the motion that we approve the request for agency action as presented.
And a second?
I'll second another one today. Third.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved. Unanimous.
No, I absolutely will not do it. Yes, I'd be happy to, Madam
And
Chair.
I'd like to see it tomorrow.
It'll be there.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and attention, you guys. If I may be excused for the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what did you do? There was a man walking up and down on the phone, and it was so distracting. It was just like, I'm sorry. He's still out there. Yeah, he's just walking all over for like the last hour. Are we taking a break? No. No? No break. Can we go off the record, or take a break? Like 5 minutes? Fucking
We're moving on to item number 5 on the docket. It is docket number 2024-030, cause number 130-32. In the matter of the request for agency action of WEM Operating LLC to Berry Petroleum Company LLC for an order 1, amending the board's order in docket number 2023-026, cause number 130-20. Parent, partially vacating the board's order in docket number 2022-008, cause number 130-12, and 3, I'm sorry, parent, establishing 2 approximate 1280-acre laydown overlapping drilling units and 10 approximate 1920-acre laydown overlapping drilling units for the production of oil, gas, and hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch formations of small Perrin A, Perrin, sections 26 and 35 through 35, 4 south, 4 west, and Perrin B, Perrin, sections 25 through 29 and 35 through 36, 4 south, 5 west, USM. C, sections 1 through 12, Township 5 south, range 4 west, USM. And D, sections 1 through 5 and 10 through 12, Township 5 south, 5 west, USM. And E, section 6, Township 5 south, range 3 west, USM, all in Duchesne County, Utah. Please proceed. Appearance of council.
Better? I'm usually pretty loud anyway, as some board members already know. My name is Brent Chicken. I am an attorney at Steptoe & Johnson PLLC. I am representing WEM Operating and Berry Petroleum Company for purposes of today's hearing. With me today, if you'll bear with me, we've got quite a few folks here. So we have some that are listed witnesses and other ones that are here for support and in case questions need to be answered. Our first witness is sitting to my left. This is Mr. Alex Nielsen. He is the land manager for WEM Operating. Kelly Boucher is sitting back here. Mr. Boucher is the senior staff geologist for Berry Petroleum Company. Dustin Treek is over here as well. He is the COO for WEM Operating and will be providing engineering testimony. In addition to that, behind me we have Mr. Larry Williams, is the WEM Operating VP of Land. We also have Michael Ferrier, senior counsel for Berry. We also have Justin Araki from Berry, who is also a Berry geologist, and Alex Yang is a senior landman for WEM Operating. As I noted, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Boucher, and Mr. Treek will be our main witnesses, but other folks were able to get up here and be present in case the board needed their input for anything. I will probably ask to admit my exhibits at the end as typical board's procedure here. Two of our witnesses, Mr. Boucher and Mr. Treek, I will seek to have them qualified as expert witnesses. They have both testified as expert witnesses in geology and engineering respectively. So I don't know if you want to do that first while they're being sworn in, or if you want me to make the motion individually as they come up.
I think I'll have them do it individually as they come up.
Perfect.
And could you swear in all of those people who intend on
Correct.
testifying
If
for me?
Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Boucher, and Mr. Treek can all stand up, please, so they can be sworn in.
Can I have the three of you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear and or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving this board will be the truthful and accurate to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you. That's it, guys. Have a seat. So I am going to start off with just a brief explanation, 30,000 foot of what the RAA is requesting.
Madam Chair, before we get started, I've got an issue I've got to point out.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Just for complete disclosure, I want everybody to know that my 92-year-old mother-in-law holds a 0.72 net acre in the section, Township 4 South, 3 West, and Township 4 South, Range 4 West. And I've negotiated with Wasatch representatives regarding her lease. And so I want to make sure everybody's completely aware of that. I don't feel I have to recuse myself because this is mostly a technical topic that we're talking about here. If it were something related to ownership, I probably would want to recuse myself, subject to the parties.
Mr. Chicken, do you have any problems with Mr. Walker participating?
I assume not, but I'm just going to ask.
No.
No problems.
With participating and voting?
Correct, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, we're kind of wearing it on our sleeve here, so, so no problem whatsoever.
Let me interrupt you just a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me check with the division.
No, we have no problems with it.
Thank you. Mr. Chicken, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I'm sorry for that, Captain. It gets a little bit crazy, but we are really asking for three things today. The first is this board granted and issued our WEM's RAA and issued order 13020 just a little under a year ago now. And as you'll see when we get into our exhibits, those lands are immediately adjacent to the lands that we are talking about today, our current application lands. And we have one request for the order 13020, and it is a simple amendment. Those are all lay down 1280s, and the two far western 1280s had 330-foot setbacks for heel toe. The rest of Order 13020 has 100-foot heel toe setbacks, but at the time, Uinta Wax had protested our WEM's application, and the way that protest was removed was that we agreed to 330 feet. Since that's happened, WEM operating has acquired Uinta Wax's interests just on the other side that were being protected by that agreement. And so we just want to amend existing order 13020 to make those 100-foot heel toe setbacks consistent throughout all of those lands. So that's the first request, and I think those are sections 26 and 27, 4 south, 4 west, and sections 34 and 35, 4 south, 4 west. The second item is that many of these lands, not all of them, but a lot of them are covered by the board's current order 13012. And that established 1,280-acre stand-up overlapping DSUs with 100-foot heel toe setbacks, 330-foot interwell setbacks, and 330-foot DSU boundary setbacks. And so the reason that we're asking to vacate that is our third point, which is that we just want to take Order 13020 and extend the concepts, the setbacks, and the spacing from 13020 into the lands right next door and directly adjacent to it. We'd just be doing it under a different order number. It's that simple. As far as what we would be asking for in these new lands, this is extending vacating Order 13012 as to our subject lands, and establishing 10 1,920-acre DSUs, 2 1,280-acre DSUs for the development of the Lower Green River and Green River Wasatch formations, with up to 12 long lateral horizontal wells authorized per DSU. We would be seeking in that process, we would be seeking 100-foot heel toe setbacks, 330-foot DSU boundary setbacks laterally, as these are laydowns, and 100-foot vertical separation on stacked wells, but no interwell setbacks, which is kind of keeping with the standard, and 100-foot interwell setbacks as between horizontal wells and all other well types. So whether it's horizontal, vertical, or directional, we're asking for 100-foot interwell setbacks. We believe that this is going to really allow continued flexibility and allow WEM and Berry to jointly develop these lands in a way that's going to protect correlative rights. It's going to avoid waste. It's going to help them maximize recovery and minimize the number of impacts that are going to come from these developments. As far as Other orders of the board, I think it bears mentioning that, as the board is aware, Order 13020 already has these exact provisions. The only difference between 13020 and the current request is that the current request has some 1920 acre DSUs along with 1280 DSUs instead of being all 1280s. And those 100-foot heel toe setbacks have also been approved by the board, as you'll see in our exhibits, in a lot of these surrounding areas, including 13012, which is one of the ones we're seeking to amend, 13017, which I believe is just to the north, and Order 13027. There are other board orders, but they're getting pretty far away that also talk about setbacks, smaller setbacks between horizontal wells and vertical wells. But most of those are in the, like the 139 series, and we kind of felt like those might be getting too far away. But we have had discussions with the division, which I'll discuss in a second, regarding specifically these two issues, the 100-foot heel toe and the 100-foot inner well. The relief requested today won't tend to impact the vertical and directional well development of any of these lands. 13012 would stay unchanged for purposes of vertical and horizontal development. And so, nothing we're asking for today, either the amendment of 13020 or the extension of that order across the new lands is really going to impact the verticals or directionals. It is all, they're all overlapping spacing for horizontal wells. As the board is aware, overlapping spacing by their very nature is very protective of correlative rights because we're not playing around with the math. We're not changing the calculation of people's interests or owners' interests in the wells. The wells are going to stay, and cost and production allocation is going to happen within their discrete DSUs for vertical wells, directionals, or in this case, just long lateral horizontals. Based on some of the presentations earlier this morning, I think the board can understand we are not asking for any overlapping 640s here with 1 milers because of the economic benefits as you start getting longer laterals. So that's why we only ask for 1280s and 1920s today. No third parties have filed any protests or objections or responses to the RAA other than the division. The division did file a response to the RAA, and again, that relates primarily to the 100-foot heel toe and 100-foot inner well setbacks, but it also very nicely says, we have some concerns, but if you can convince us, we'll support you. So that's what we're here to do today, is to help convince everyone. Along those same lines, I will also note that WEM and Berry Petroleum representatives did meet with representatives from the division on May 13th, discussed the RAA, and discussed lots of issues that could have been raised by that. That did result in our additional Exhibit Q, the inclusion of which was approved by the board on Monday, May 20th. So we'll have that exhibit in there as well. I should also note that we had an amended Exhibit C. We had a change in our land witness, which is why we have our land manager here today. And that amended Exhibit C was approved for inclusion by board order on May 10th. And I think with that, unless there's any initial preliminary questions, I would like to call Mr. Nielsen as my first witness.
Mr. Church.
Yes, Mr. Kitchen, who is the operator or will be the operator of these wells, WEM or Berry?
So, as set forth in the RAA, there are actually lands that Berry operates and lands that WEM operates. And when we get to the first exhibit, it's going to lay out all the DSUs with who the operator is for each one of those DSUs. But roughly 10 sections of this RAA are going to be WEM operated, and the remaining sections would be Berry operated.
Thank you.
Division, do you have any questions before we proceed?
No?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Please proceed, Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Nielsen, can you please introduce yourself to the board? I will bring up your resume, and give them a brief history of who you work for, what you work for in in that capacity, and a brief educational background.
Certainly. I work for Wasatch Energy Management Operating LLC. I work as a land manager. Our team is interested in acquiring mineral rights in the Uinta Basin. We've been focused on the Uinta Basin as long as my duration with the company. And as a quick background, I graduated with a psychology degree from BYU.
Okay. And Mr. Nielsen's testimony today is being offered as fact testimony only and not as expert testimony. So I've pulled up the summary up here, and it's going to work easier if you follow those instead of those. Can you just go through the summary a little bit, and then we'll move into your first exhibit, please?
Certainly. Yes, Wasatch Energy Management and Bear, we both have representatives here, but we didn't double up on the representatives of the different categories we've got here. But it's a joint hearing because both WEM and Berry, WEM and affiliated parties and Berry Petroleum have interest in this cause. So there's the 2 horizontal laydowns that Mr. Chicken has already mentioned, as well as the 10, the 2 1280 horizontal, and then the 10 1920 that you'll see on the following slide. But yes, the request for the 330 lateral and the 100-foot heel toes. And then as well as the extending, offsetting, order, standard spacing, expanding the horizontal potential of the basin. So yes, and then the 12 horizontals per unit, and then that will be expanded on later, yes.
Okay, then I'm going to move to Exhibit D, and I think this goes to Mr. Church's question. Explain this location, where we are, and who operates what.
Right, right. So as you can see, there's the color coding here, the green representing Berry Petroleum's 8 separate units here, and then those upper portions is where WEM will be operating. Is the proposal, and you can see also on that top right where it overlaps with the previous order from last year, the 130-20, and that's where whereas Mr. Chicken was describing that the previous amendment or the previous cause that we did last year with Uinta Wax having owned the interest that we've since acquired. So we're adhering to their 330 request, and now that's the amended request to change that to 100-foot heel toe over on that top right. That's what those 4 sections over in 4 South, 4 West, 26 and 27, and then 34 and 35.
So we're talking about this light blue area, correct?
Right.
That's going to go from a 330 heel toe setback to a 100-foot setback based on your request?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move on to Exhibit E. If you could please describe the ownership in terms of tribal fee, state,
sure,
federal lands in our application lands here.
Sure. Yes, the majority of the lands are tribal lands, but there's a substantial amount of fee and then just a little bit of state.
And let's talk a little bit, well, we have a later slide to talk a little bit more about ownership, unless Let me put that in there. I'm going to go ahead and ask that on this. Can you give me a general idea of the relative working interest ownership as between and maybe I go back to this one, the WEM lands and the Berry lands on either of these exhibits? So what is WEM's, working interest ownership in these lands?
Sure, yes. The lands where WEM will be operating has a controlling interest, approximately 80% of the interest, and Berry, on the green lands that Berry will be operating, has approximately 90% of the interest. There is one section on that furthest right of the Berry that WEM has a substantial amount of it, but for the rest of it, Berry has approximately 90% of it.
Okay, and is that the one you were talking about, is that the Section 6 lands?
Precisely.
Over here? Okay, and that's the one that's mixed tribal, fee, and state?
Precisely.
Okay. As far as as far as Exhibit F goes, can you please describe the notice of this request for agency action that was affected by WEM and Berry?
Yes. Over a month ago, we sent out the notifications to the working interest and unleased interest parties as is required, extending the lands that we're covering, as well as the required minimal quarter mile out, but we've actually over notified, as wasn't difficult to do with much of it being tribal lands.
Okay, and so when we're looking at this, your request for agency action lands are shown in blue, correct?
Correct.
And then, so all working interest owners and all unleased mineral owners within those lands received a copy of the request for agency action via certified mail?
Correct, or we attempted to notify all parties, yeah.
Correct, all right. And so, along with that notice, you also then noticed the state, the State Land Board and the BLM and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the BIA, correct?
Yes.
And you also noticed the Ute tribe as well as part of this process?
Yes.
Okay, and all of those parties were sent a copy, a true and correct copy of the RAA?
Yes.
Okay, and that, and then, I guess the only other thing I would want to point out here is that everything that is shaded also, for those same categories of people, also received copies of the RAA via certified mail,
Yes.
right? So, okay, so yeah, that is on the right-hand side there, that's quite a bit of over notice, but I think I think everybody that is entitled to notice received notice, is that correct?
Yes.
We'll move on to Exhibit F, or I'm sorry, Exhibit G. I mentioned a little bit earlier some of the cause numbers, the other surrounding lands that were involved in this. And you can see from this that we have multiple causes in here. Can you describe just briefly what this exhibit is showing and how that ties together with some of the administrative notice that we asked to take?
Yes. As Mr. Chicken described at the beginning, right, there's several of the surrounding causes here. I'd say the most relevant to what we're talking about today is the 130-20, just to the right of the blue outlined sections which are today's subject, and that is the very similar order that happened about a year ago with the very similar requirements that we're looking at with the heel toe and inner wells. There are some other causes surrounding, I believe, the 130-12, 130-17, 130-27 that have the same heel toe and lateral setbacks that we're requesting today. And then the notable, the 130-12 would be that we're vacating, right, some of the southern, or requesting to vacate some of those southern portions of it.
Correct, and so that's those portions of 13012 that are shown in green, but also blue highlighted with our current lands, correct?
Correct.
Let's see. Okay. Were exhibits A, B, amended exhibit C, D, E, F, and G all prepared by you under your supervision, direction, and control?
Yes.
And from a land perspective, do you believe that the relief sought here, specifically the extension of the Cause 130 development scheme to the current RAA, or Request for Agency Action lands, will protect correlative rights and avoid waste, maximize recovery, and minimize impacts?
Yes, I believe so.
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Nielsen from a land perspective, but if the board or division does?
Division, do you have questions?
Yes, we do, for Mr. Nelson. The request, let's just go back to ownership real quick.
Yes.
The request, the RAA that was filed mentioned that there's numerous existing wells in these areas. I know some of them are WEM, some of them are Berry. You spoke briefly as to operatorship. The lands that are Berry land, WEM lands, I guess that'd be Exhibit D. So in those lands, are you able to speak as to the existing wells? Who operates all of the existing wells in there? I know there's a lot of them, but are you aware who is the operator of all those existing wells for WEM?
I am not, but I can verify that as needed.
What about for Berry?
If I may, we will have a witness that's going to note that all of the existing wells in the WEM lands are operated by WEM. All of the existing wells in the Berry lands are operated by Berry. I think there's one exception. There's some old abandoned thing out there that is not operated by Berry, but one of our subsequent witnesses will address exactly that.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Which witness is that? Just see if I can.
I believe Mr. Treek's going to handle that from an engineering perspective.
Okay. We'll hold off on that. The other question, so Order 13012, I believe. If we could go back to the orders.
Yep.
Yeah, so the one in the, I don't know what you'd call that, the darker green. That order also created 2560s, I believe, in there. Are we just vacating? Is the request just we're vacating everything that was in there, correct? And just
So we're only vacating as to the 10 sections that are within our lands, but yes, that would, it will wipe horizontal orders clean in there. It will maintain whatever is there for verticals and directionals.
Okay. All right, that's it from the division. Thank you.
With the specific of trying to avoid what was happening this morning, where you just have it all stacked on top and people are having difficulties, we just wipe it clean. And with if we were approved today, everything in all of this in blue, and as well as this in pink, will all be uniform. That's the plan anyway.
Board, Mr. Church.
Just for the record, Mr. Nielsen, could you tell me where Berry and WEM are incorporated and affirm that they're licensed to do business in Utah?
Yes, WEM is incorporated in Provo, Utah, and is licensed. Berry Petroleum, I will need to confirm that, and that question would probably be better directed for Kelly later on.
Okay, thank you.
It just came to my mind. That's Delaware. And I can give you a little bit more.
I've handed, for the record, I've handed Mr. Nielsen a copy of our request for agency action, which recites both of these to refresh his recollection.
Thank you.
Yes, I would state that WEM is a Utah limited liability company with its principal place of business is in Provo, Utah. And that Berry is a Delaware limited liability company with its principal place of business in Midvale, Utah.
Board, do you have any further questions? Mr. Boone?
We have a lot of orders out there that have a 560 lateral setback, and this is 330. But you're saying most of these orders in this area are 330 lateral setbacks from the section line?
Yes,
Right.
that's correct. I will note, so 13020, which is the one we're extending, has 330, except on that western side, or I'm sorry, except they're 330 laterally, but there is, if you get to the 11280, that is, I think it is sections 29 and 30 and 4 south, 3 west. We were, the 13020 order was also protested by, I believe it was Oventiv. And we made an agreement with them for the 560 on that one strip. But the bulk of the other orders that are around us are 330-foot lateral.
Yeah, I just wonder if anybody can add to the thought process. I kind of like 330 more than 560. 560 always felt excessive, but I don't remember the discussion of why the difference. Did the division have any thoughts on that? Because, yeah, 560 either side of the section line, you drill a lease line well, you have, it seems like a lot of extra room.
Barry and REM's engineering witness will actually touch on that.
Okay.
But I mean, for my part, I think it's just that natural progression of you start out safe, and then you see how far you can get while still staying safe.
Yeah.
And so I think that's how we've gone from the 560s to the 330s. We used to have 560s on heel toe as well. So, and now 100 is becoming the norm. And I think that's just because we now have enough data to show that that's still safe and it still protects correlative rights.
Good, thank you.
We'll have more.
A very small correction. I think Mr. Chicken said REM instead of WEM.
Oh, sorry.
Music group?
Different situation altogether, yes? I apologize if I misspoke. Any other further questions for Mr. Nielsen at this time? He'll be around, but.
Okay, let's proceed.
Okay, thank you very
Thanks for
much,
your time.
Madam Chair. I would like to call my next witness, Kelly Bruchet. Mr. Bruchet you have testified before the Utah Board of Oil and Gas as an expert in petroleum geology in the past, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so if you can just give them a brief catch-up on your current position, your current title, and your employer. I think that, and I've put your resume up as Exhibit H. If you could do that, please.
Yes, sir. I'm currently employed for Berry Corporation as a senior staff geologist. I oversee development and mapping of the Uinta asset as well as some Eastern California assets. I've been there since November of 22. High level, I've worked the Uinta Basin for probably greater part of 10 years now. Newfield, Crescent Point, Ultra for a while. Took a little break, worked some Permian assets, and now back in Utah.
Okay. Unless the board wants the voir dire, Mr. Bruchet, I would offer his testimony today as expert testimony in petroleum geology.
Division.
I'm sorry.
Can we go to the division? Do you have any problems? Any questions?
My understanding, did you indicate that you've testified before the board before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Yeah, we have no objections.
Okay, I wasn't here when I testified before the board before. Recognized terrific work experience. Could you tell us about your formal and educational?
Yes, sir. I've got a degree in geology from a bachelor's from Western State College in Gunnison, Colorado. I've got a master's in geology from Colorado School of Mines in Golden, Colorado. Through mines, I worked full-time and started a family and went to school full-time. So,
Okay, that's impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Boucher is accepted as an expert witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, we'll move on to our first geology exhibit. This is Exhibit I, and this is kind of a 30,000-foot view, but I will let Mr. Boucher describe what's depicted on Exhibit I.
Thank you, Mr. Chicken. Yes, this is a map of the Uinta Basin showing the horizontal wells that have been drilled in the Green River and Wasatch formations. The subject DSU lands are in the lower right portion of the map. They're highlighted kind of in a dark blue bold line. In the north part of the map, there's a yellow star, and that's the type well for the Brotherson 1-11B4. That is the type log for the proposed spacing interval. The gamma ray log is on the left track, and the resistivity is on the right track. It is being displayed from the top of the Green River formation, the TGR3, down through the top of the Mesa Verde formation.
Okay, and the star represents the type well, correct?
Yes, sir. The star is the location of the Brotherson type well.
And if you can also, and we can see our subject lands here. All of these other lines are the horizontal wells, both lay down and stand up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and am I correct when I look at this to see that in our lands subject to today's RAA, there are very limited horizontal wells in any of those lands currently?
Correct.
We'll move on to Exhibit J, which is going to discuss, well, it's going to talk about why we want to go from stand up to lay down.
I was going to let you. No, thanks.
So go for it.
Thanks, Mr. Chicken. This is a very busy slide, lots of words, but the main point of it is borehole breakout occurs in compressive regions of the wellbore, and tensile or extensional fractures occur in areas of the wellbore where they're being stretched. In a basin where you've got extreme anisotropy, so your max stress and your min stress have a major difference, we want to drill our wells as close to perpendicular to the max horizontal stress as we can. Basically, this regime puts us in a preferred orientation, this is very common, and that's why a lot of drainage models in the Uinta and all the other basins are developed how they are. Sorry, hopefully I explained that well. It's very complicated, but basically the wellbore will fracture because of the max and minimal stress that it's being subjected to.
And so based on your presentation here, the tensile and the compressive regions, you believe that on the current lands that drilling wells east to west rather than north to south is going to more clearly intersect perpendicular to those stress points?
Yes, sir. And there's been some RAA filed by Uinta Wax that have changed some of their stand-ups to laydowns in these areas to maximize, prevent waste of resources and protect correlative rights, but to maximize how those wells are drilled perpendicular to max stress.
We'll move on to Exhibit K, which also talks a little bit about it goes in even deeper into the anisotropy and the stress, and if you can describe what you're depicting there and kind of pull it apart for the board so that it's clear.
Yes, sir. So on the far left, there's a diagram of a well bore that is drilled in the maximum horizontal stress direction it's drilled in the minimal horizontal stress direction, and the greenish blue ellipses are the hydraulic fractures that would occur in the maximum horizontal stress direction. So when stresses are equal, when your minimum and your maximum horizontal stress are equal, your drainage ellipse or drainage circle will be a circle. When it's anisotropic and there is a large difference, those fractures, those completion stages will grow preferentially one way or the other. We see this in all the basins around Bakken, Permian, Uinta, DJ, where these drainage ellipses are very long and skinny because of the differences in minimum and maximum stress. So basically, this is just saying that the reason we want to drill our wells east to west is because of this difference in stresses.
This will be Exhibit L, and I think this is doing a good job of backing out and showing the larger area as well as the areas that cover that are covered by our adjoining orders. But if you could describe in specific what the green dotted lines are, how those little red bubbles work in terms of the perpendicular versus parallel intersection for those of us that aren't geologists and engineers.
Yes, sir. So the green lines are the SH max direction. As you can see on the right side of the map, they're more east-west, and on the left side, the western portion of the map, they're very north-south trending. The red bubbles are image logs that show the borehole breakout and that max stress being either east-west or north-south. The transition zone is depicted as a dashed red line, and like XCL shown earlier, that transition zone happens very quickly of going from east-west to north-south. So each one of those red bubbles is where we've got vertical well data from an image log showing that the max stress is either north-south or east-west. So this map does a very good job at showing where that transition zone occurs and how fast it occurs and where we need to be drilling our wells east-west versus north-south.
And I mean, I think we had maybe heard this morning as well, but looking at this transition zone, I mean, we've got a horizontal line here and a near vertical line. So when you say it happens fast, I mean, it happens within or pretty close to a mile?
Yes, sir, very quickly.
So on one side of that mile, you want to drill north-south, and on the other side, you want to drill east-west.
Yes, sir, and I believe that's also evident in some of the other horizontal wells that have been drilled in the areas to where we're trying to space today of drilling east-west or north-south. So some of the more recent drilling activity does really highlight how the stress changes based on these image logs. I believe this is your last exhibit. Yep.
Were exhibits, sorry to make sure I get this right, H through L, prepared by you or under your supervision, direction, and control?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that the request for agency action filed by WM and Berry that is seeking to change the orientation of these wells, impose 100-foot heel-toe setbacks, 100-foot interwell setbacks, and 330-foot lateral setbacks, is going to protect correlative rights and avoid waste, maximize resource recovery, but still minimize impacts?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Boucher.
Division, do you have questions?
Yeah, Mr. Peter Pankey from the division has questions with the permission of the board.
Yeah, Peter Pankey with the division. We went through this earlier today, and I appreciate it when Wim and I guess Barry come to town because they bring this map that zooms way out. Everybody else has this really very fine map that's only focused on their area. So this is really cool to see the better or higher resolution or yeah, whatever, however you want to say that. But I'm curious, kind of similar questions that I asked before. Do you know where these orientation data, do you know where they come from, what the data types are?
Yes, they all are from I believe, but 100% of them are from FMI borehole image logs, which are ran with a dipole sonic log, so they tell you your minimum and maximum stress direction.
And those would be in vertical wells, I see?
Yes, sir. They're all in vertical wells.
Okay. And then because they're vertical wells, they're placed on the map exactly where that vertical well would be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we saw earlier a different interpretation of this line, how it has a different orientation. How secure or how sure are you of this line? Would could you move it anywhere?
I'm very, very confident in this line. Yes, you could move it maybe one section east, one section west, but it's not going to be moved a whole township. Based on this image log, the orientation of wells that have been drilled in the last year and those well results, how well or poor those wells have done, really confirms that this transition line is pretty accurate.
Perfect, thanks. And also, I just want to point out that WEM did come to see us last week or the week before, and they presented some of their initial drilling data from, if you look at this image, and the pink and the red are kind of hard to differentiate, but the red ones, not those ones, those ones, they came and presented some data for us on the wells that they drilled in those sections, and it's great data, and we really appreciate them coming in and presenting that for us.
No further questions from the division.
Board, do you have questions? Mr. Walker?
Yeah, I'm interested in how close are you to the transition line with the wells that you've done at this point in time, whether it's the orange or pink or whatever, the part to the north, part to the south, and then the blue?
Okay, the red box that Mr. Chicken is highlighting right now is the 130/20 lands. So those are the ones that we're filing the RAI on today. So we're a couple miles away.
Okay.
If that answers your question,
Yeah,
Mr. Walker.
yeah. So, okay. So even if you're off a mile or two, you're still within your DSU. So.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Board, any further questions? Mr. Chicken, back to you.
I will call Dustin Treek for my engineering witness. Thank you, Mr. Boucher.
Thank you.
Trike. Sorry. No worries. Hey, believe me. I know. It's a tough. Nobody gets mine right either. For a completely different reason, but. Mr. Trike, if you could please introduce yourself to the board. Well, actually, let me ask you this first. Have you given testimony as an expert witness in petroleum engineering before the Utah Board of Oil and Gas in the past?
Yes, sir.
Can you introduce yourself, provide your current employment and title, and give them a little bit of background about yourself?
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Dustin Trike, Chief Operating Officer at Wasatch Energy Management. Currently at Wasatch, I'm responsible for all things development. I have an engineering background in operations and reservoir engineering. So anything operationally or capital planning or development, I'm involved in that process. Prior to that, I was at CH4 Energy 6, which was also formerly, it's UNOWAX. And previous to that, I was at Crescent Point Energy, where I worked with Kelly. So, full circle.
And me. Oh, yeah. Can you also, for those board members who may not have been there for those prior times, can you please give you a brief educational background?
Yes. I studied geological engineering at the University of Nevada.
All right. Subject to the board or the division wanting to voir dire, I would offer Mr. Trike's testimony today as expert testimony in petroleum engineering.
Any comments from the division?
Yeah, no objections by the division.
From the board?
Yes, do you have a degree in geological engineering?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
You said you studied.
Yeah. It sounds like I went and didn't graduate. Sorry.
Thank you.
He is accepted.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We'll start with Exhibit N, which is going to start getting right at our requested setbacks. And so, Mr. Trike, if you could please describe what's being depicted here and its impact on the RAA.
Absolutely. So this is a setback diagram. It illustrates a wellbore with our fracture geometry. It's that ellipse you can see. So I've illustrated the 100-foot setback on the heel toe, and I've illustrated the 330-foot lateral setback. In this case, our estimated hydraulic fracture half length is that green line of 252 feet, and the ellipse around it is our estimated effective drainage at a 5-year mark. I'm showing this ellipse at 0 degrees for frac azimuth because we believe that is a true north-south fracture orientation in the acreage that we're spacing today.
Okay. We'll move on to O, Exhibit O, which goes a little bit deeper into drainage. So if you can please describe that.
So the ellipse you saw on the previous slide, we can build the drainage calculations with things like Hale and Evers. So we're utilizing that 252-foot half length and reservoir parameters that we believe that we recycled from previous orders and we believe represent the acreage that we'll be drilling. And we can build this fracture ellipse over time. So you'll notice at year 5, our maximum drainage is still below that 100-foot heel toe setback. And then even at year 10, we see very minimal impacts to acreage outside of the section lines.
Sorry. Okay. I'm sure there will be some questions about this, but I will move on to Exhibit P, which is the economics for the wells in our requested spacing units.
So for single well economics, I think a common theme today, operators are trying to extend lateral lengths. In this case, I'm illustrating the difference between a 330-foot heel toe setback and a 100-foot heel toe setback. In this case, we could gather an extra 460 feet of completed lateral length. And assuming a recovery per foot, I'm using 80 barrels here. That's about 37,000 gross barrels that could be recovered additionally with that lateral length. At a $75 oil price, we think that's $2.7 million in oil revenue, $124,000 in additional severance tax. And for your mineral owners, at a 15% royalty, it's about $414,000 worth of additional revenue. So the ability to increase our lateral lengths, we're going to have more recovery and create more revenues for all stakeholders.
And these, the additional recovery per foot that you get, it would be equivalent whether it is a 2-mile or 3-mile lateral, correct? The issue is getting closer to those DSU boundaries rather than, obviously the longer laterals produce more, but this would apply equally in both cases.
Yes.
So we'll move on to Exhibit Q, and I'm correct, this exhibit was born of your discussions between WEM and Barry and the division, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so this was an additional exhibit that we added. I think it got approved on Friday, so, or maybe even on Monday. In any event, if you could please describe what this is showing and also mention when we're talking about interwell spacing, whether Barry and WEM, how often they anticipate that to happen, or whether this is more about having the flexibility and what's the saying, need it, don't have to use it, rather than, like need it and don't have it.
Absolutely. This came up with our meeting with the division. The 100-foot interwell spacing feels very tight. But this is an example from the acreage that we're actually spacing today. We actually operate the green horizontal you see in section 28. It is drilled in a very inconvenient orientation for future development. It's drilled at about 45 degrees across the section. I've got the blue lines there represent the new horizontal wells we would like to drill very soon. This horizontal well, the existing one, the green well was drilled about 15 years ago. It's the fee 2809D4. We operate this well at almost 100% working interest. I think it's 99% plus working interest to WEM. It's not an optimal orientation. It's an extremely small completion design relative to what we're doing today. And for future development, that 100-foot setback is critical to us so that we can traverse this well and pack as many new horizontals into the DSU as possible. Section 28, the way we would look at this is that it's barely been touched from a drainage standpoint because of how small the completion was from the original fee 2809. And more importantly, if we can't have that 100-foot setback, we would be skipping stages in a brand new horizontal well with a modern completion where we feel like it's actually going to capture the resource here. This is a rare instance, but it is, in fact, it's on our drill schedule as a problem in the next 12 months. So we would never plan on drilling brand new horizontals at 100 feet spacing. This gives us the operational flexibility we need to put new horizontals into acreage that we operate.
And so you can foresee other situations maybe that you haven't, they're maybe not on your drill schedule yet, you haven't been forced to deal with them quite so recently as you have this fee 28-09 well, but you can see other circumstances throughout today's application lands where that flexibility may be needed.
Yes, absolutely.
And I do want to go back, I'm going to go back to another exhibit here because there was an earlier question about who operates in our lands, and I wanted you to be able to testify for the division's benefit and the board as to the existing wells and the operation of the existing wells in the lands labeled WEM and the lands labeled Berry here on Exhibit D.
Yep. So for the WEM operated acreage, we operate all of the existing PDP wells, and we will operate all of the horizontal wells here as well. And then on the Berry acreage, Berry operates all of the existing vertical wells. There's one exception. There's an orphaned well that was formerly operated, I think, by Homeland that we are working, I guess Berry is working with the state to have some sort of resolution, but we operate everything and Berry operates everything.
I'm going to move towards the end here. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add on Exhibit Q?
No, sir.
Okay. And were Exhibits M through Q prepared by you under your supervision, direction, and control?
Yes.
And based on your testimony exhibits today, from an engineering perspective, do you believe that the relief sought by WM and Berry will protect correlative rights, avoid waste, maximize recovery, and minimize impacts?
Yes.
And I'm just remembering I forgot to admit Mr. Boucher's exhibits, and therefore I'm going to ask to admit Exhibits H through Q, which is the remainder of our exhibits.
Can we do it all at once at the end?
We can do it all at once at the end, Madam
Thank you.
Chair. That works too.
Thanks.
I have no further questions for Mr. Trike, but the board or division has additional questions?
Division, do you have questions?
Yeah, we have some questions. Thank you. Let's just start with this exhibit. So this request, there's a mention of how many existing wells are on there. However, we don't really have a map that we can see all the existing wells. So let's start with this fee 2809D4. Is that currently on a 1280 spacing unit?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. Because my question is how is this going to, new wells, how is that going to affect allocation of production?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, do you have an answer to that?
My understanding is it wouldn't affect the working interest or the ownership in the existing well. It wouldn't.
Do we have the exhibit that has your request right now? I think it's the D.
Which one? D?
Yeah,
This
right,
one right
there.
here?
Where would that well fall right now?
So it is in section,
I think it's in 28.
That's
4
in
South,
28.
4, is it
Yeah.
4 South, 4 West?
yes, 28 4 South 4 West.
Yep, there it is.
Okay.
Yep.
And is that the current, we're not changing that spacing, correct?
We would be changing that, but what it's in right now is I think it's in a stand-up 1280.
Okay, so we're switching, okay, all right.
Right, that's in a stand-up 1280.
No, I just bring this up because the division's confusion is, you know, we're gonna come in, we're gonna bring 1920s, we're gonna put them down, but there's already all these existing wells, and we feel like we didn't have an opportunity to kind of look at each individual well and say, how will this affect that well? I appreciate your testimony that, you know, Barry operates all of their lands, WEM operates all of their lands. With that in mind, regardless of the ownership, so now we're going to 100-foot spacing setbacks. Could you please explain to the division, kind of to our, when you're going to drill these new laterals, let's just take again this existing well. When you say 100-foot setback, what mechanisms would you put in place to kind of avoid collision, avoid fracture interference? Like, what is your intention of getting that close to that well?
That starts just in the permitting phase. Every horizontal well we drill has an anti-collision plan. Our intention is never to obviously hit or put a horizontal well as close as possible to an existing well, but in this case, you're going to have an overlap between a new and an existing well. We operate this well, we would frac protect it. We have another project very close to here with a JV partner that's through an existing water flood of very mature verticals, that verticals within a certain radius of the horizontals are always getting frac protected, whether it's as simple as whether it's as simple as laying down a polish rod and soft seating a pump, or actually placing plugs in the intermediate. So our intention is always to try to protect these parent wells, because I don't want to lose energy from my frac on a new well to them. And we've actually seen relatively positive to neutral results with the parent wells around our new development.
Yeah. And then let's look at the verticals above. Again, 100-foot, that's well within your fresher half length.
Yes.
Even though you are the operator in all these wells, are there other working interest owners that their interest would be reduced because they only have an interest in those well bores and not in your future long-length horizontals? Are you aware of any parties like that in these areas?
I'm not aware of that situation, no.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know I confirmed Order 13012 creates a 1280 out of 28 and 33. So I was looking at Exhibit Q and thinking that might be a 640, but 13012 does not create any of those, so it can't be that.
All right,
So
thank you.
just to confirm what it is and what it's in right now.
Thank you.
Peter Pankey with the division. I'm oh, sorry, you're not there.
I can be.
The Exhibit Q, the new one.
Here you go.
Yeah, so the existing fee well, I assume that that's a Uteland Butte.
It is.
And I assume you're not, so we had a similar situation with Ovintiv recently where they had stand-up horizontals drilled and they wanted to come across them lay down. And we just wanted to make sure that, I mean, so they had wells that existed in the C bench, they were going to drill in the D bench. I assume you're going to do something similar.
Same practice.
Okay,
Exact
so
same thing.
you're not drilling in the exact same, you're not going to hit that wellbore. you're going to drill below that.
I was just going to ask you to clarify the question is that those two wells would be in different benches or formations so that they wouldn't actually hit each other, like the well bores won't hit each other.
Yeah, a lot of time we talk about the Uteland Butte, and there's actually multiple targets within the Uteland Butte that are targeted, so I like to kind of get a little more specific.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, our practice would always be to be in the bench opposite of the parent well.
Okay. And then real quick, I know that there's one other horizontal well that's a section,
Hang on, I can get there.
yeah.
Is this the one? Yes.
You
I
can
don't know
see
if I
it.
can zoom in on that.
You can see it right, oh.
I believe in section 25 of 4.5.
Yeah, it's right here is the one you're talking about,
Yeah.
correct?
Exactly. And
that
that one's
one's-
more lay down, right?
It
So I
is lay
assume that this also applies to that well.
It's in the correct orientation, and it's also a Castle Peak horizontal.
It's Castle Peak, so it's in a different interval completely.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'd also like to point out that this doesn't really, this is what we are seeing here when we talk about Exhibit Q. It's really not as contemplated in the RAA or as would be set forth in the order, a stacked well. But to the extent that that's what we're getting at, we have a vertical separation of 100 feet from stacked wells. So these two, even though they cross, they would cross by a minimum of that. So they wouldn't, they wouldn't get right on top of each other or in the same formation when they were actually drilled. But it's, as you know, it's hard. Unless we take this and make it a cube, it's a little bit more difficult to show that on 2D.
Yeah, I think that takes care of my questions. I think the problem we had with this slide was that the word anticipate made us a little hesitant. Like, we will not drill 300, anticipate drilling new wells. It made us a little hesitant. So as long as we understand what's going on.
And that's exactly why we wanted to show you a situation where we're like, because we were actually talking about that after you guys had your meeting, and that was one of the issues was, okay, can we show them something like this where we have this concern so that we can then say, we're going to try and stay 330 feet away, but we have an actual real live situation where we can't do that, and rather than piecemealing those out, it just made more sense to explain what we meant.
Has it been a consideration to not drilling new horizontal wells within 330 feet of each other, but having that 100-foot setback to existing wells? I mean, is there a scenario where your new horizontals will ever be closer than 330?
At this
To
point
each
in time,
other.
At this point in time, I would say it's extremely unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just raised that because, again, we're not used to seeing, the division's not used to seeing new horizontals being asked to be closer than 330 feet. And that's what gives the division pause, because what is the purpose behind that? What is the intent behind that? And, I mean, if you could speak any more to that, it would be appreciated.
Understood. Mainly this situation in particular is what we're just trying to have the maximum amount of flexibility so that we can develop our acreage fully without the worry of an existing parent well hindering that setback.
All right. No further questions from the division. Thank you.
Board, do you have questions? Mr. Church?
Just to follow up with this Fee 28 well, do you know what the current rate of production is in that well?
2 gross barrels a day.
2 barrels a day. And in my experience, oftentimes frac growth goes upwards. So when you come past this well with your future wells, it's hard to tell exactly how much growth upward you might experience. Have you considered, or is there a scenario where you would not perforate the intervals when you got close to that well after you surveyed your exact position?
I would say in this scenario where the parent well was barely completed, in terms of frac intensity, I would rate this as a 1, and our current completions are a 10. They're almost a 10x difference. I would say we don't want to give up stages in a brand new horizontal well. We will do our best to always frac protect the parent well. And in our experience, we're actually seeing an uplift in the parent wells in situations like this. It generally doesn't, it's really hard to take a 2-barrel-a-day well and make it much worse when it's this mature and at that point of its life. So I would say my team would prefer that we always try to complete as much of the lateral we just drilled as possible, just because this acreage to us hasn't been drained yet.
Well, I congratulate you on keeping a 2-barrel-a-day well economic.
Yep, economic, slightly economic.
Mr. Walker?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a lease held by production sort of thing. But,
Yes, sir.
anyway, I really enjoyed your explanation on Exhibit Q here. And if you tie it back to Exhibit P, by going 230 feet additional, you made $2.8 million by doing that. So I can see why you do not want to complete every inch of that new horizontal that you can. Okay, so my question is that, am I correct in assuming that by completing this, from going from a 330-foot setback to a 100-foot setback, your benefit from doing that is the $2.8 million?
Assuming a
additional
$75
revenue.
oil price.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry I interrupted you, but yes, assuming that oil price.
Okay, good. Then, all right, then if we can then go back to Q. If you had to do a setback from that potential collision or something, anything like that, you would essentially give up much of that $2.8 million. So I see that as a justification to accept what you're proposing here. I just wanted to see if that my thought process is correct there.
And as a clarification too here, it's the orientation of that well across section 28. When we're drilling east to west, if you have a parent well that's at that orientation, that's not just affecting one well, but in this case, potentially two of my new horizontals. So that's existing horizontals that are in the right orientation, we can work around, and we do. It's very common. It's in this particular case, the 45 degrees is really inconvenient.
It's weird, yeah. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Are there any other? Mr. Moon?
So if you go to Exhibit N, it's back to my question of future drilling unit boundary wells. Does a 330 setback give you room here? It says it's not to scale, but it does show just a 63-foot, untapped resource there. And if that's the case, 63 above and below, that's not quite enough room. And then my second question is, a lot of times operators will request these drilling unit boundary wells with the initial request, just so you have that chance to go ahead and, of course, you need to produce the drilling unit first before that boundary well. But just your thoughts on why you didn't do that just up front, so you have that flexibility.
Yeah, I think there's two approaches here. You go with the 560s and then work on a section line type overlapping spacing. At WEM, our approach is to go with the 330 setback. We think it gives us more flexibility long term. We're a small company, we're acquiring acreage and HBPing. The section line wells have not been a priority for us because, like you mentioned, you need to have both existing DSUs HBP'd before you can drill that section line well. It's something I think we'll likely contemplate more as we grow and get to infilling our acreage. But we feel like the 330 setbacks is the best approach for us, at least. And to your point, we want to maximize the amount of acreage within a DSU that we can drill. So that's why we're pushing for things like 100-foot heel toes and 330 lateral setbacks.
Well, that makes sense. So you're really not planning on a lease line well?
At this point, no.
Okay,
but in a full inventory run, we do contemplate those sticks. But like I mentioned, we've just been in growth mode and trying to get our acreage HBP'd as quickly as possible.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Any further questions? Back to you, Mr. Chicken.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think at this point, I will give a brief summation. First, I will ask if we can admit Exhibits A through Q to the record, each of which has been spoken about today by one or more witnesses.
Division, any questions on those?
No objections.
Board? So admitted.
Thank you very much. It's getting late in the afternoon, so I'm not going to belabor this point too much. We'd like the board to grant us the amendment of Order 13020 to bring those west side heel toe setbacks into uniformity with the rest of the lands that are in the immediate vicinity and the setbacks that we're requesting on our application lands today. Vacate Order 13012 for purposes of horizontal development, insofar, and only insofar as it covers our RAA lands, and extend the provisions of Order 13020 to our RAA lands to establish 10 1920 DSUs, 2 1280 DSUs, all of which will be laid down, authorize up to 12 long lateral horizontal wells in each of those DSUs, and for each of one of those DSUs to authorize 100-foot heel toe setbacks, 330-foot lateral DSU boundary setbacks, 100-foot vertical separation setbacks between any of our stacked wells, and 100-foot inner well setbacks between horizontal wells and all other well types. If there's not any other questions, I have no further comments for this matter.
Board, do you have any comments? Division, I'm
Division,
sorry. I'm getting my groups mixed up.
Yeah, so we, the division has, reviewed this request. We did, division had a chance to meet with WEM and discuss some of the issues behind this. The division's in support of this request, 1920s and the 100-foot setback, heel toes. We feel that this is the way that the way everything's moving, and to develop these units. The division, though, as I expressed earlier, we do have just concerns with the 100-foot setback, but not as to existing wells. We're okay with getting within 100 feet of existing wells. That's something we've done in the past. Based on the ownership in the area, we don't feel correlative rights will be affected. What we don't have enough information to say, yes, that sounds great to us, is in new long length horizontals being 100 feet apart. We understand WEM or Barry won't put them 100 feet apart, but if that's the case, we would like to have in the order some kind of setback between new long length horizontals. And as I mentioned, traditionally we see 330 feet in there. So with that in mind, that's where the division stands on this request.
Thank you. Board, do you have any further questions?
So what's your response to that concern, and would you be okay with 330 setbacks on new wells?
So my only comment, I'll let Mr. Trike answer that. My only comment is that that's the inner well setback that already exists on the 13020 order. And we're just trying to continue that, and we haven't drilled any horizontal wells closer than 330 feet in the 13020 lands. And so, and in all fairness, I mean, we discussed this internally, the idea of, well, it's either we ask for 100 feet and you guys trust us, or we get 330 and we trust you to give us exception locations. So I don't know how else that I can make it, how we make that more plain.
Oh, they're only asking for it on new wells.
Yeah, just
though,
on new wells.
Not on the old.
If you want to get within 100 feet of existing
But
vertical.
what's
Oh, no,
considered
I
a new well
understand.
and an old
Yeah, we
well?
can get within 100 feet of vertical well. I mean, there's orders out there where there's no setbacks between existing verticals and new horizontals. But what I'm saying is I just think that we're in a situation where, we already have a 100-foot interwell on the one. We wanted to continue that through and maintain the uniformity. And, they've been drilling wells in the 130-20 lands, and they're not getting closer than 330. And that goes to what I just said, the anticipated. We don't anticipate doing it, but having that flexibility available. So one of the concepts that we did talk about, maybe the division is interested in this, is notice. What if you were to receive some form of notice prior to, or along with when we submit the APD or something like that, so that we're specifically calling out, hey, we're going to exercise our flexibility with this well, and we're going to drill, we're going to take advantage of that 100-foot setback with well X, or something along those lines.
I'm not sure how that would exactly work, but we would have to discuss internally how we'd like that to work.
Mr. Trike, do you have any other ideas
Can you
here?
expound on that a little bit more?
No, I think you covered it really well. And obviously, it's a decision that both WEM and Barry would need to make together for.
Correct.
And we want to work with the division. We want to be good neighbors. So we're prudent operators. I'm sure we can come to a resolution.
I'd like to ask a question. Wouldn't it be in the operator's interest, if you're that close, that means you're over drilling on your drainage, it would be against your interest to want to be that close unless you felt it was actually in your interest to drain.
Yeah, I think it just goes back to what Mr. Chicken said. It gives us the ultimate flexibility if we needed it. We don't see a reason. It would be extremely rare to exercise that option. But I agree. Down spacing to the point that it was affecting our wells only would affect us. So we have no motivation to do that.
Could you propose a hypothetical in which you would want to go to 100 feet for between two new wells?
$400 oil. An extremely high oil price to justify the density that type, but it's, like I said, it's extremely rare.
Do we have any further questions? I think we should maybe deliberate for a few minutes on this. I think we have some discussions. Right. We're going to go off the record for hopefully no more than about 15 or 20 minutes. But
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll be here.
thank you. We are off the record. We are back on the record. We've gone through our deliberations, and I think we're ready for a motion.
I would move that we approve this request as written.
We need a second?
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it was unanimous, please. I don't even have to say it anymore.
I appreciate this because in other places I do this, they don't give.
Will you turn your mic back on, Mr. Chicken?
Sorry. I appreciate that, Madam Chair, because in other states I do this in, they don't give us the opportunity to do that. They just write the order and hand it to us. So I appreciate it and I will prepare it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And do I have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
We are so adjourned. We'll
Thank you, Board.
see you next month.
Thank you, fellas.
Thank you. You did good. No. Probably the first.